Because it's really, like I said this yesterday, but it's really what we did.
I'm not gonna tell you because you even went. Okay, I can tell you. Who's the black?
Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Do you want me to shut the door? Where's Deb? Yeah, want me to shut the door? Yeah, I think it's fine, because there's nobody out there. Good morning, and welcome to the May Board of Trustees meeting. We're really pleased to be at Fort Kent, and what a great, great evening we had. Thank you, President Hadeen, and thank you for your ongoing enthusiasm and just such positive sense that's really moving this campus, and it's really impressive to see. Everything looks great, and we were very, very pleased to see and just get a sense of the place. So thank you for hosting us, and we now appreciate how long it takes you to get to any of the other meetings that we hold. So thank you. We do not have any public comment, so we can move right on to the agenda, and we will begin with just a couple of comments from me, and notably, we want to thank all the presidents and all the universities for the just extraordinary work you do, and we get to see it up front and close and personal during the graduation ceremonies. For the speakers who participate in those graduations, there's nothing like it. To see all those successful students that Sam will remind us are job ready for the state of Maine and the world, and their families and friends, it's just a great way to sort of remind ourselves of the important work we do. And to remind ourselves that we are the public's eye to this public institution as a Board of Trustees. We have a big responsibility, and there's nothing, the best part of that responsibility is seeing those students walk across and the happiness of that day. So congratulations to everybody, and I hope everybody gets to take a little time this summer to relax and get ready for the next semester. Let me just ask Roger if he would, are you going to do AGV? Do you want to talk about AGV?
Oh, no.
No, okay. Let me ask Roger if he doesn't want to talk about this. Roger attended the AGB conference on our behalf and will sometimes talk about it.
I'll do it at the next meeting. I have all sorts of notes, but they're not with me.
That's fine. That's fine. Then let's go right to the president's round robin, and we will start with President Softly.
Oh, no, we have to do the
What?
UMF.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need more coffee. After I tell you how exciting and optimistic it is, let's do the UMFK presentation. I apologize.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Fort Kent. We're so pleased to have you on the UMFK campus today. Go Bengals! I love to say that. Today, we're really pleased to have Peter Karen. He is the coordinator of Innovative Practice and Community Outreach at the Valley Unified Education Service Center, MSAD 27, MSAD 33 in Madawaska School Department. And for over 3 years now, I think we started in 2023, we began having conversations about Recovery High School. And it's been an amazing partnership. So grateful to have Peter and his folks working with our university to establish the Upper St. John Valley Recovery High School. And he is going to give a delightful, wonderful, engaging, entertaining, inspirational, educational presentation. So Peter, will you please join us? Welcome, Peter Karen.
So I'm told there's supposed to be a PowerPoint slide presentation somewhere. Aha, there it is.
Magic.
Okay. Well, I echo President Hadeen in welcoming you to the University of Maine at Fort Kent. It's always special for me to be here because this is my alma mater. And then I went on to the University of Maine for my graduate degree, so shout out to the University of Maine Graduate School of Education as well. But it does feel like home for me every time I'm here because in addition to graduating from UMFK, I began my professional career in education here back in 1982 when I worked in admissions and eventually worked my way up to Dean of Students before deciding that I probably should be a high school assistant principal. I still question that decision, especially when I see Trustee Martin, who was one of my first students in that role. She heckled me then, and I'm sure she's looking forward to doing that again today. And and George, who accompanies her everywhere, okay, has been heckling me since I got here. So, but in any case, it is truly a pleasure to have you all here at UMFK and in beautiful Fort Kent. I am excited to be here to speak with you this morning about the Upper St. John Valley Recovery High School, not only because we were able to wrestle away from the Maine Recovery Council $616,000 to fund 75% of the per pupil investment for a 2-year period, but also because I truly think that the Upper St. John Valley Recovery High School represents authentic collaboration, and I distinguish that from synthetic collaboration, which, you know, really looks good on a piece of paper, and when you hold the piece of paper, it feels nice. It almost even smells nice. But synthetic collaborations don't amount to anything, in my estimation, and in a lot of cases aren't even worth the paper that they're printed on. Authentic collaboration, on the other hand, is when parties come together, not because of what they can get out of the collaborative opportunity, but because of what they can bring to the opportunity in the service of others and in the service of pressing needs. And that's exactly what this Recovery High School project represents. It represents addressing pressing needs at a critical stage of human development, the adolescent and early adolescent years. And so as I am in the twilight of my career, yes, I know, Kelly, you're nodding, saying about time. As I am in the twilight of my career now, it really excites me to be here to share about this project with you, because this is probably one of the most fulfilling and gratifying endeavors that I've been associated with in all of my years in the field of education. As Deb indicated to you, I am the coordinator of innovative practice and community outreach for the Valley Unified Education Service Center. One of my primary functions in that capacity is to serve as the alternative schooling coordinator for the 3 high schools that represent the 3 school units that comprise our Education Service Center here in the Upper St. John Valley. And one of those 3 school units, SAD 27, which is headquartered right next door to the UMFK campus here, is going to serve as the fiscal agent of this project. And thankfully, the UMFK is going to serve as the host of this very important initiative. So I want to begin by just sharing with you some firsts associated with the Upper St. John Valley Recovery High School. To begin with, we are the first project funded by the Maine Recovery Council that has an exclusive focus on youth recovery support. And we're very excited to be able to make that claim. In addition, we will be Maine's first recovery high school. The first of what I hope will someday be at least 3 and ideally 4 recovery high schools in our state. We will be the only recovery high school in the United States that features a school week in residence component. The only recovery high school in the U.S. that features a school week in residence component. And there's a very good reason for that. When we began this process, there were 42 recovery high schools spread across 20 states in the United States. As of today, there are 46 spread across 21 states because the state of Virginia funded and opened 4 recovery high schools within the last 18 months. Missouri and Oregon are bringing on their first recovery high schools in the upcoming academic year. So interest in Recovery High Schools as a youth recovery support initiative continues to grow as adolescent treatment centers in the United States contract in terms of numbers. So we're kind of on the cutting edge of a new era in youth recovery support, and it's very exciting for me to be able to say that. The National Association of Recovery High Schools, when we conferred with them in the initial stages of our design, after we had put together kind of a 10-page synopsis about how we envisioned this working, jumped right on board. And they were very excited because all of the other recovery high schools in the U.S., they're located in urban metropolitan areas with large population centers and public transportation infrastructures, and a lot of diverse kinds of activities that address a lot of diverse interests of young people. Unfortunately, rural states like Maine, and especially rural areas like Aroostook County in the Upper St. John Valley region, can't make the same claim. So for us, as project planners, we knew from the very outset that if we were going to have a viable, sustainable recovery high school in the Upper St. John Valley, that we would have to do two things. Number one, we would have to be willing to serve Aroostook County, the entire Aroostook County, and therefore we would need a school week in residence component. Now, I can tell you that the National Association is asking us now to begin speaking with other states, other rural states or rural regions of more populous states about this collaboration, because they hear all the time from people in rural areas who would like to start recovery high schools but don't know how to address the challenges associated with far-flung geography and small population centers. So it's really exciting for us to be on the cutting edge of recovery high schools with a school week in residence component. We always intended that the Upper St. John Valley Recovery High School would function as a pilot project for other areas of Maine and other organizations in Maine interested in the possibility of developing recovery high schools. But the National Association now considers us a potential pilot project for other parts of the United States as well. All of that is happening in our state, in this town, on this campus. That's exciting, and I think reason for all of us to feel a great degree of pride. So, like all other recovery high schools in the United States, the purpose of the Upper St. John Valley Recovery High School will be to serve teens, current or rising 9th through 12th graders who are in recovery from substance use disorder and or co-occurring disorders. And that's critically important. In order to qualify for enrollment in this initiative, students do not have to be diagnosed with a substance use disorder, alcoholism, or addiction. They can instead suffer from many of the associated co-occurring disorders, most notably depression, codependency, post-traumatic stress disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, and a host of other mental and emotional health issues that they may be trying to self-medicate against or cope with by using a variety of drugs, including alcohol. We know from discussions with our students, and we serve 50 alternative education students from the 3 school units here in the Upper St. John Valley at 2 different sites. We know from our discussions with them that the chemicals, the substances of choice, are vape and tobacco products, nicotine products, alcohol, and marijuana. So a student using those substances, a young person using those substances in efforts to self-medicate or cope also qualify for admission into the Upper St. John Valley Recovery High School. For all of those students, our primary objective as an educational entity will be to offer them an academic pathway to a high school diploma without a prolonged interruption in their learning. We will concurrently address their ongoing recovery needs and their ability to maintain sobriety. All students who wish to enter our recovery high school must either have completed treatment for substance use disorder or mental health complications, or they must still be enrolled before they can be admitted. And what we will do is we will provide them ongoing support in their recovery by blending substance misuse and mental health supports into their educational experience on a daily, a weekly, a monthly, and an ongoing basis. We anticipate that most students who enroll in our recovery high school will be with us for 1 full school year. We are going to require a minimum stay of at least half a year, or the equivalent of 1 academic semester. And that is because we know that the early stages of recovery, that 30 to 90-day mark, are a particularly vulnerable and fragile time period. We want to keep them beyond that 90-day mark at least for 120 days. We will also have provision to consider requests from students and their families for young people to be enrolled for more than 1 academic year. But in all cases, our goal is to help students reach a point of stable enough recovery and sustainable enough recovery that they can return to their home high schools, to their homes, and their families. That is our goal. While they are with us and toward that end, we will employ a goal-oriented approach featuring a variety of milestones that we will work to help them achieve through 4 stages of growth and progress. Beginning with the foundation stage, that very early period after entrance into the program, progressing to the framework of stage, where we now begin to build that house of sustainable recovery. And once we've got that framework in place, we will move students to the momentum stage, and then ultimately they will be in the maintenance stage, and that is where we will actively begin working with them to transition them back to their home high schools and or to post-secondary employment or education and training, and in some instances quite possibly to independent living. Throughout their time with us as they progress through those 4 stages, we are going to emphasize for the young people that we work with the social network change process, where students join us And historically, their associations, their acquaintances, the activities they engage in are characterized by use of substances to the point of stable or sustainable recovery, where the activities they engage in, their associations, their friendships are marked predominantly by non-use of substances. That is our goal. And again, we will have several milestones that we work with them to achieve along the way. And underlying everything will be helping these young people to identify and ultimately to independently access sources of recovery capital. People, places, activities, skills, knowledge, information, community-based resources that support their ongoing recovery, wellness, and well-being after they leave our recovery high school setting and hopefully throughout the course of the rest of their lives. Now, to accomplish that, as wonderful as we think we are, we're not under the illusion that we can do it by ourselves. So as we pursue these goals, these complex and challenging, but certainly worthwhile goals, we will employ a mix of program staff and community-based partnerships. We will employ, through the grant funding that we've received from the Maine Recovery Council, 5 staff. And the linchpin of our program will be our recovery counselor. That individual will work with students, will work with families, parents, will work with our other program staff on a daily basis. We will also employ a fully certified teacher and Ed Tech 3, both of whom will be trained as recovery coaches. In fact, we've already decided who our teachers will be, and they are trained recovery coaches. They're on board. We're interviewing our, to fill our position of recovery counselor Wednesday of this week. The recovery counselor will provide ongoing clinical supervision to our teacher, our ed tech, and to 2 dorm parents. The dorm parents are the individuals who will also be trained as recovery coaches and who will have responsibility for our students, especially our school week in residence students, after 3 o'clock and until 7:30 the following morning. Okay? They will be trained as recovery coaches, and they will facilitate a number of community service, physical activity, and recovery-focused activities for the school week in resident participants in the program. That staff of 5 people will work with up to 8 school week in resident students and up to 6 school day only participants, who will quite naturally, more than likely, have to be from the upper St. John Valley region. And the school week in resident students will be from other parts of Aroostook County. In addition to those 5 staff, we have actively sought out, have been working with, have sought the input, the feedback, and the guidance from a variety of community-based partners as we've designed and developed and as we prepare to implement our model in August of 2026. And we will continue to work very closely with them. From the social services realm, for example, we will employ the services of youth prevention community-based educators who on Wellness Wednesdays will come in and do a variety of life skills workshops with our participants. And the same can be said of youth prevention community educators from the Hope and Justice Project, who will work a lot about healthy relationships and healthy boundaries. Because here's the sad reality. Right here in the Upper St. John Valley, in this idyllic area, we have young people selling their bodies for access to drugs. That's frightening, but it's happening. In addition to our collaborators from ACAP and the Hope and Justice Project, we will work very closely with the Rustic Mental Health Center, especially for youth and family-based substance use supports, as well as general mental health concerns and circumstances. We will also work very closely with Fish River Rural Health, who have clinics in Eagle Lake, in Fort Kent, in Madawaska. A number of young people who come to us will have come to us with their medical needs, just routine medical needs, as well as optometrical needs, dental needs having been ignored and having been neglected. And Fish River Rural is going to work with us to help address those needs while those young people are here with us. In addition to that, Northern Maine Medical Center will provide emergency medical services through their ER as they arise, and hopefully they'll be very few and far between, but they will address those needs, and they will also work to address behavioral health needs of some of the young people that we work with, as will Holton Regional Hospital. Northern Maine Medical Center and Holton Regional Hospital now share administrative services. So they work very closely together, and they've been involved in our implementation efforts as well. In addition to that, case management services will be provided by juvenile community corrections officers from the Department of Corrections, as well as child and family service caseworkers from the Department of Health and Human Services. And certainly, perhaps the most critical partner in this whole initiative, because we would not be here, I certainly would not be here talking with you if we had run against a brick wall when we initially approached the University of Maine at Fort Kent about partnering in this endeavor. And kudos go out to Professor Sean Graham, who I believe still works with students on this campus, in addition to students at the University of Maine at Presque Isle, who worked with us in the very initial discussion stages, and then eventually brought President Hedin to the table together with the campus's chief financial officer. And here we are today on the brink, 3.5 years later, of opening our Recovery High School and actively fielding referrals to the project as well. So thankfully, we've had UMFK on board as a planning partner, and thankfully we have them as a program host, because Recovery High Schools absolutely must be separated by place at the very least, and sometimes by place and time, from the regular high school population. They absolutely must. And that's especially true in an area like ours. So we will be housed here at the University of Maine at Fort Kent. The campus has dedicated spaces for use by the Upper St. John Valley Recovery High School. The first is the Hensler House, located right on Pleasant Street. At one time, in days of old, when the dinosaurs roamed the earth and I was a student here, it was an honors center named after a classmate of mine. But in any case, that will now be our academic and recovery learning area. We will have a classroom space. We will have a space for group recovery activities. We will have a music art room, which will double as a quiet area because of the therapeutic value of art and music in the recovery process. We will have an office space where our 2 teachers and our ed tech can conference privately with students. We will have another office space for our recovery counselor, a space where community-based collaborators can come in and meet privately with students whose lives they're involved with. And we'll have another space for team meetings and family meetings as well. Beautiful home, a lot of vintage qualities, and certainly anything but a traditional learning environment, and we're really excited. The place exudes comfort and warmth, and we're excited that our staff, but more importantly, our students will get to live, will get to learn in an area like that. Students who are here for the school week will reside on the first floor of Powell Hall, which was a residence hall way back when. No longer houses college students at all. Of course, you probably already know it houses the Acadian Archives, the University of Maine School of Law, Rural Free Law Clinic, faculty offices, the Student Support Center here on the UMFK campus. But there still is, and Mr. Delisle here and his crew are working diligently to prepare the rooms and bring them up to snuff so that our students will have access to single occupancy rooms as well as a student lounge and a newly renovated bath and shower facility thanks to a grant that President Hedin secured from the Davis Family Foundation. And they will also have access to a laundry room. Talk about life skills development. I wish my son knew how to do his. We're very excited. The 2 dorm parents will have 2-room suites in the Powell Hall in that section on first floor, reserved for use by our project. And then Nowlin Dining Hall, our students, our school week in-residence students will dine there for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They will dine family style under staff supervision, and they'll be joined there for lunch by our school day only participants. And then finally, our students will also have access to the sports complex here at the University of Maine at Fort Kent. Exercise, health and wellness activities are crucial to the recovery process at any age, and I think especially critical for young people who prefer sitting with devices instead of moving their bodies. So we're really excited about the opportunity to partner with UMFK and to have access to these facilities. And I want to stress that our students will always be under staff supervision as they move about campus. I'm reminded of a time we brought Aroostook County superintendents onto campus, and the superintendent from SAD 1 during a question and answer session said, "Peter, you know, at first I thought you were crazy, you know, bringing young people, high school students addicted to substances on to a college campus. But now that I understand where they're going to be and the level of supervision that they're going to have, I think this is a wonderful opportunity for them." I want to stress that all students are here voluntarily. We have specifically said to the Department of Corrections, we don't want students sentenced here. You know, we don't want anyone feeling like it's mandatory that they be here. We want to serve young people, and we want to serve their parents and families who are truly motivated to address recovery in their lives. So our dorm parents are not going to exercise around-the-clock awake staffing. They will exercise around-the-clock staff availability, however. And that doesn't mean that there won't be problems. Our position with the young people that we serve, don't put yourself in danger. If you want out, come wake us up. We'll work it out. If you think your parents will say, no, he absolutely has to stay there, we'll work with them. We'll get you home safely. Do not put yourself at risk. Don't need to run. We will get you home if you no longer want to be here. I would be remiss if I didn't speak to some of the benefits of UMFK, especially as I'm speaking to Assistant Board of Trustees. I mean, obviously, it's another form of national distinction for UMFK. It amazes me how many forms of national distinction it's achieved over the years, from, sports to, best economic deal to, top-rated college or university. It's absolutely wonderful, and this is just yet another national distinction. More importantly than that, though, are the internship opportunities, those experiential learning opportunities for UMFK students, specifically those studying criminal justice, psychology, allied health, and nursing. Anyone working in those fields needs to have a full appreciation for recovery, whether it be from substance use disorder or mental health challenges. The Chief of Police from the town of Fort Kent was here recently at a Board of Visitors breakfast and echoed that sentiment. You're absolutely right. We need to be well aware of mental and emotional health challenges that people are facing if we're going to be effective public servants. And we've already fielded requests from UMFK students interested in doing internships with our recovery high school, and even one student from the University of Maine at Presque Isle. So we're really excited about creating those kinds of learning opportunities. And not for nothing, folks, this is a revenue-producing initiative for UMFK. Spaces that are currently unused will now be used and will generate revenue. Room, board, meal plans, even partial meal plans for school day only residents, but the room and board meal plans for dorm parents and for our 8-school-week in-residence students, those are covered and payable to the University of Maine at Fort Kent as part of the project design. More importantly than that, though, I think, is that I think the Recovery High School will be an avenue of soft marketing for the young people and their families. Listen, in our current alternative ed programming, 52% of our students take early college courses. Many of them take early college courses from the University of Maine at Fort Kent. Many of them eventually become students here at UMFK. And that's through online courses. When I worked here in admissions, we used to always say, if we can just get them to Fort Kent, if we can just get them onto this campus, this town, this campus, they sell themselves. So we created a shuttle, and we'd start off of exit 8 in Westbrook, and we'd pick them up at several points, and our enrollments ballooned within the subsequent 2 years. This place sells itself. I think this is also an exciting avenue and opportunity for UMFK to become affiliated with the Association for Recovery in Higher Education. 180 colleges and universities throughout the United States and Canada who have student activities, practices and procedures, even residential life preferences designed to support young people who are in recovery from substance use disorder and or co-occurring disorders. And if UMFK does that, they will join the University of Southern Maine and Washington County Community College here in our state. Those are exciting opportunities that communicate to young people and their families that SUD, depression, acute generalized anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, a host of mental health issues do not need to define us or dictate the course of our future. That's a powerful message to send young people. And it's a message that will be very well received as a result of them functioning on a campus like this special jewel in our region. In addition to those benefits, perhaps the greatest outcome for the University of Maine at Fort Kent is that they will play a critical role in the realization of benefits to our communities. First and foremost, the individual well-being of our youth, the mental, the social, and the emotional health, wellness, and welfare of those young people, accomplished in significant part through the development of sober social networks of young people who can support each other through the ongoing and often challenging process of recovery. We know that sober social networks contribute significantly to lower relapse rates. That in turn, for us as public school educators, contributes to higher rates of academic success, higher graduation rates, and that's significant because we need a qualified local, regional, and state workforce. That's no secret to any of you. And now, we will have them not only qualified in terms of training, but they will be healthier, more productive citizens, contributing to stronger local and regional economies, which will be characterized by lower healthcare costs and lower crime rates. And I know this sounds trite. It's Sociology 101. But we can never underestimate the truth or the value of these interconnected outcomes. And far too often, we do. We overlook them. We don't reflect often enough on them. That's why we have a shortage of youth recovery supports in our state. A condition that hopefully we can all be part of changing, not only in the immediate future, but in the long-term future as well. There are some critical considerations for us to contemplate. First and foremost, according to a recent study conducted by the Pine Tree Recovery Center in Portland, Maine's annual cost of drug and alcohol abuse, including addiction, including co-occurring disorders, is estimated to be $1.6 billion. Not million, billion. That figure represents close to 14% of the entire state of Maine operating budget for this fiscal year. Throwing kids into recovery, and I can tell you this from close to 40 years of experience in public school education administration, throwing kids in recovery, especially those early stages of recovery, right back into their home high schools at too early a stage, it's setting them up to fail. Yes, we should have all the primary prevention interventions available to our youth in Maine that we can possibly fund. But without a soft landing space for them to continue to develop their capacity to resist relapsing, to develop the recovery capital necessary for sustainable, stable recovery, we are setting them up to fail. Because as is so eloquently stated by an 18-year-old recovery high school student from San Antonio, Texas, it's tough to get sober or to stay sober, especially when no one else around you is or has even tried. So it's nice to have that relatability and that accountability, not just staff accountability, but peer accountability, attesting to the strength of the sober social network of age peers. And I would conclude by telling you that recovery high schools have been in existence in the United States since I was in high school. They've been around for 50 years. This is a proven, effective recovery support for young people. And in that 50 years, as the number of recovery high schools has grown, and as they've developed a national association, they have identified standards and practices that are particularly effective at serving young people in recovery from SUD and co-occurring disorders. And studies done by the Recovery Village Advanced Recovery Systems with the addiction recovery facilities that they work with have conclusively demonstrated that young people in recovery high schools have fewer school absences. They are therefore less likely to experience a delay in earning a high school diploma. They are also less likely to resume use of alcohol, marijuana, and other drugs, and they are more likely to remain clean and sober. I am so totally proud that UMFK is a part of this initiative, and I hope that you, in your critical leadership roles, share my pride in this campus. Thank you.
Thank you. I suspect we have some questions.
I was worried about that.
Lisa Eames, I think, had,
Yes. Thank you. That was a very, very powerful presentation. And I want to thank you for all you're doing. It certainly highlights, again, the importance of UMFK embedded in its community. And I want to thank you and applaud you for this hard work. If you addressed this, I may have missed it, but would you mind just telling us again, or how are kids accepted? I know that they're not court ordered, but are you accepting students from around the state or only from the St. John Valley? And if you said this, I missed it. How many kids will be in the program once it opens? Thank you. Again, thank you.
So-
That was very powerful.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your question as well. We will serve a maximum of 14 students at any one time, and that will be up to 8 school week in residence students and up to 6 school day only participants. Students will be referred to the program through their sending schools. Those referrals can also be initiated, nudged, and encouraged by community-based service providers who are working with the families. But every school unit is going to be responsible, at least for school week in residence students, for about 25% of the annual per pupil investment. Our grant covers 75%, and the other 25% comes from the sending school unit, which is consistent with recovery school practice throughout the country. So we have as a primary goal serving Aroostook County with the school week in residence seats, but the St. John Valley for the school day only slots. Would we accept people from a zip code outside of Aroostook County? I look at Trustee Mishu. and say, yes, we would certainly be willing to serve people from Millinocket and East Millinocket if their parents who have to support the enrollment of their children in the program, if they are able to either provide or arrange for transportation of their young people to and from the Recovery High School on weekends and during school vacations. These students do go home on weekends and during school vacations. People often tell me, aren't you defeating the purpose? No, this is recovery support. We are going to set them up to successfully practice recovery skills and knowledge and experiences as they navigate their home communities and their family lives. In recovery high schools throughout the rest of the country, students go home every single night. So we are going to do the same thing. And if they relapse, well, you know, we're going to say, I guess we didn't do a very good job putting together your sobriety plan or your long-term recovery plan, and we're going to go back and see where we could have better supported you through that process. So we will use a restorative approach. I answered more than you asked, but you triggered some other things that I failed to mention.
But you got a thumbs up from Trustee Eames, so that's good. Trustee Loring?
Yeah, I think that's great. It's a fantastic program. I'm wondering if you've done any talking or consulting with the Tribal Court Wellness Program or the Wabanaki Health and Wellness. They have similar programs, and I think, I don't know if you will have any Native students in your program, but I think those are really good resources. And Tribal Court Wellness does a lot of things. It reminds me of, you know, your presentation reminded me a lot about Wellness Court. So yes, I just wonder.
Thank you for your question. The answer is we haven't made those connections yet. We are attempting to make those connections. We've made several contacts, and we're hoping to be able to sit, you know, with them very soon. And you also asked whether we would serve Native American students, and yes, we absolutely would.
I'll just say, you know, if you need any help getting response, let me know. I'll help you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will get your contact information from President Hedin.
Sure.
Peter, this is terrific, and I guess I always assumed you'd be credentialing students, but they go back to their high schools. So what are the supports for a student who, and you said your hope is that they stay for a year and then go back to a high school. What about recidivism? What kind of support do they get as they make that transition back? And if they fail, can they come back to the recovery high school?
The answer to your second question is yes. We anticipate that some may still have a rough landing once they return to their home high schools. There's a statistic out there that I read not too long ago that I found shocking. And as you can tell, I've been around for a few years. So I thought I'd been past the point where anything could shock me, but national studies have determined that 97% of students returning from treatment on their first day back to their sending high schools are offered access to a variety of drugs. 97%. So we expect that some people will have rough landings. We think that that's probably particularly true in some of our smaller rural high schools where there's really no place to hide. And where friendships are long held and very tight-knit. They will be able to come back. In terms of the support, our recovery counselor will work with community-based service providers as well as the sending high schools, specifically the guidance counselors, any social workers from those schools, the building principals, to outline the students' progress in recovery and their ongoing recovery needs. And we will also work with their families. We can credential students. We are a high school credit granting entity, and we can customize basically any course to match the standards of any sending high school. And if we have to keep a student through to graduation, we will do everything that we can to ensure that the student earns a high school diploma from their sending high school, unless they prefer to earn one from SAD 27.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Trustee Cates?
Thank you. Let me echo Trustee Eames's comment that it's a very powerful presentation. Thank you very much. It's been really educational for us.
Thank you.
Question for you. I think you said at the beginning that this is being funded, at least initially, by a grant from an outside entity for a period of X years or 75% of the cost. What's the plan longer term for financial stability?
So most recently, we applied for congressionally directed spending through Senator King's office. We learned last week that we have made the initial cut. We are now going to the Senate Appropriations Committee, and we hope that the Upper St. John Valley Recovery High School in funding for 3 additional years for it, so that we have a 5-year pilot, will make it through that entire process. We also are working very closely with a local legislator. We've drafted a bill that we've asked him to introduce in the upcoming legislative session that would secure an additional 3 years of funding. We've also asked him if he can convene a meeting that would involve him, our staff, the Director of Child and Family Services from the Department of Health and Human Services, and her counterpart at the Department of Corrections, and specifically Juvenile Community Corrections, to see if we can secure a non-governmental organizational contract for at least 3 years, and then ongoing. And in exchange, we, again, are willing to serve as a pilot project for other entities in Maine that are interested in opening recovery high schools. And I personally hope there'll be one in Western Maine, University of Maine at Farmington, anyone? And in Washington County, University of Maine, Machias, anyone? I'm concentrating particularly on rural Maine. That's my bias, having lived here my whole life, but that's the plan, sir.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? Comments? Of course, President Softly.
Thank you very much. First, I just want to repeat, this is incredible and powerful. I think you addressed a piece of this, but I just wanted to follow up. We know with adults dealing with SUD that it's 3 to 4 times into recovery before it's fully successful over years. We don't have as much information about youth, but what you are dealing with indicates that youth may need to come back to your program. Are you prepared for that, and would they be accepted if they need to come back into the program you've established? And congratulations and thank you for this.
Thank you. And yes, we are prepared for that, and yes, they indeed would be readmitted into the program. We have no plans to abandon them because they've relapsed. Relapse is part of the process. Recovery is not linear.
Anyone else? Great. Thank you very, very much. That was most informative. Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you, President Adine, for making a public university the home for this. Let us move on. We are now ready for the President's Round Robin, and we will start with Dean Softly.
Oh, that is truly not fair, and I've noticed that I have to keep following some incredible presentations, and that was so encouraging. But moving on to the fabulous place that is the University of Maine School of Law, Let me just report that for the second year in a row, Maine Law is falling within the top 100 law schools in the country. And I am grateful to the Chancellor for his constant support, to this board for all of the work that has been done to re-energize Maine Law. But I'd like to concentrate a bit on the students this morning. I want to just go through where we are with our amazing students. So our 1L class, which has just finished exams, and there you can hear the sigh of relief in the building, managed to get through its first really difficult year with a 2% attrition rate. The students are incredibly dedicated to what they're doing. Our 3L class, which has just finished all of their work and their exams, will walk across the stage shortly. The Chancellor will give the convocation speech. We're very excited about this. Our applications are up at this point on a day-to-day basis about 80% as compared to the national increase in applications, which is at about 12% right now. People have recognized that Maine Law is an extraordinary place to be. And our graduates from last year passed the bar at an 86.7% rate. That 0.7 is critical. That's a person who passed the bar. So there's a lot of excitement about that. And at 10 months out of Maine Law, 84% of our students were employed in law-related jobs. We're just incredibly excited about all of the successes. You will find, that is the trustees, because I didn't bring enough for everybody, you will find in front of you the annual report on the clinic, and I just want to say the clinic, which is expanding, has just had an expansion in the business and law clinic, and will soon have an expansion into business law, is doing extraordinary work for the people of the state of Maine. Over 18,000 pro bono hours in the last year, 600 low-income clients represented by the clinics. And the great news for us as we expand experiential education at Maine Law is that 40% of the 2025 graduates had a clinic experience before they left law school. You know that my goal is to make sure that 100% of the students who want to have a clinic experience can do that before they leave Maine Law. And that is my report of the morning. Thank you very much.
And congratulations on the signage for your clinic here.
Yes, yes, it's pretty cool.
President Rice.
Wow, Lee. Hard to follow up on the law school. Congratulations. We did at UMPI, we were really proud to have over 1,850 total graduates this year. Since July 1st, we measure graduates because we enroll students all year long. So that is a high water mark for us and about a 35% increase from the graduates we had last year. We had 2 commencements again this past Saturday with about 500 plus students involved with those commencements. My thanks to Trustee Flood, who was there and gave some very welcome remarks. And we also had we celebrated our first graduate hooding ceremony on Friday evening with about almost 100 graduate students that were there. So looking to see what this coming year brings. We are really happy to have, just looking ahead, we already have 2,500 matriculated students as of today for summer, fall, again, because we're enrolling students in the summer and in fall simultaneously. But again, that's a record for us and almost 100% increase from the year before. And other things, really pleased because we have athletics.
We have shuffleboard.
I know, we always do. So our women's softball team won its first playoff win in the NAC conference since we joined the NAC conference in NCAA Division III, and also had the best record in a decade, so that was very welcome. We also have a shout out to Heather Nunez, who is here doing fine arts studio classes during the summer for the first time in many years, which is very welcome to see, as part of what we do with the community as well as our students year-round. And I'm really pleased with our food service, and a shout out to President Hadeen and Sodexo here, especially Joe Gervais, who really helped our team starting a couple years ago or so, working with them closely. Jason and our team, they do, Sodexo ranks they do a customer satisfaction with all the students and everybody in their region. And UMPI actually was number one in the entire region, even ahead of some of the non-UMaine system schools that they service, who are very well known for their culinary expertise. So we're really proud that people are liking our food service especially, so, and our connection with Fort Kent in that regard. So there's my report.
Great, thank you. President Edmondson, can we go to you, please?
Yes, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. I'll give a short report out on commencement.
Jackie,
This year
it's
we
kind of
had-
hard to hear you.
I'm not sure how to help with that. Can you hear me?
That's good, that's good.
That's better? I'll sit closer to the microphone. With commencement, we had 1,615 graduates. Over 1,000 of them walked at the Civic Arena last Saturday, with 7,000 people in attendance. We had 40 doctoral students. We hooded on Friday afternoon, and some of them participated on Saturday at commencement. That was our largest class of doctoral students yet. Our graduates ranged in age from 19 to 79. And among our undergraduate programs, nursing had the largest number of graduating students with 109. Our student speaker was Najmo Ahmed, who graduated from Lewiston High School, and she spoke about the incredible sense of belonging she had at the university. We had 37 countries represented, 38 states, and all 16 of Maine counties in our graduating class. And we were really proud that they joined over 65,000 alumni. And I want to give a special thanks to Elise Baldacci for joining us as our trustee representative. She offered wonderful remarks, and we were really grateful that she was able to be there because her brother also graduated with this graduating class. And then I will give a quick update on athletics as well. Our men's baseball team is currently, they were the LEC champs, the Little East Conference champions. They've made it to the first round of the NCAA, and they're becoming known as the Comeback Kids. They'll play today at 11 o'clock against Rowan, but for the last 2 consecutive games, one of the baseball players, who is named Caleb Vacciano, had a grand slam home run in the bottom of the 8th, which put us either tied or ahead of our competitor. And on Saturday, it was his 20th birthday, so he said that that was the best birthday present he ever had. And I'm especially happy for our coach, Scott Heath. He's in his 2nd year as coach, and many of you know that he's following in the footsteps of the legendary coach, a baseball coach at USM, Ed Flaherty. So I'm really happy for Scott and for his team to have these successes. They'll play today at 11 o'clock, and if they win that game, they'll play again later today, and I'm cheering them on. Our women's track and field also won its 6th consecutive LEC championship, and we have athletes who are still competing in NCAA tournaments. And then finally, on Sunday morning, many of you are probably driving to Fort Kent at the time, but the CBS Sunday morning show had a really nice segment about the Osher Map Library. And so if you have a moment to look that up on YouTube, I think you'll really enjoy it. I'm proud of the work that's happening at the Osher Map Library, and grateful that there was some national attention to the maps and to the collection that's there. So thank you.
Great, thank you. President Frini Mundy.
Good morning, everybody. Let me speak about commencement as well. Very exciting ceremonies, 4 of them actually, one for the University of Maine Graduate School, 2 for undergraduates, and then the ceremony at Machias. I want to thank the 4 trustees who were involved in different ways. Commissioner Macon was there for the graduate commencement, made terrific remarks. Trustee Cates was there for both of our undergraduate commencements, heroically, sitting through both of them, and got extra points because he was able to make a brilliant personal connection to our guest speaker, Tim Simons, because of, being in the same, being from the same part of Maine and having some nice connections. And then, of course, Tim Simon's our alum, who is a star on Veep and a number of other television shows, being a very generally well-received speaker, energetic speech. And then Trustee Loring was with us in Machias. And the fourth is Trustee Kemmler, who graduated at the University of Maine at Machias, and I want to congratulate him specifically for that. A couple of highlights that I'd like to make that have to do with the outstanding work of our faculty and our students. University of Maine Professor Emeritus Robert Stenick was elected to the National Academy of Sciences, which makes now our third University of Maine NAS member, and a very wonderful honor for him. He's a marine ecologist. The Maine College of Engineering and Computing has climbed in its national rankings and now is number 97 in the graduate engineering program within the U.S. News and World Report ranking. So we're very proud of that, and that's aligning with our goals to continue to increase our numbers of engineering graduates. We had two faculty inducted into the prestigious American Institute for Medical and Biomedical Engineering College of Fellows, and that would be Giovanna Guidaboni and Dave Navant. We're very proud of that. And 41 faculty members received tenure and/or promotion with outstanding dossiers across the board. In athletics, 95% of our student athletes, we heard from America East, 95% of our student athletes achieved a 3.0 or higher grade point average this year, making that the highest percentage among all of the member institutions of America East. So for that, we earn a spot on the Fall America East Academic Honor Roll. I also would like to just say that the work continues to move forward our research and development agendas, and to thank all of the faculty and staff and students involved in submitting 11 proposals to the U.S. Department of Energy's Genesis mission, which is an AI-focused AI for science effort, and so they've requested more than $7.4 million in funding. We'll be watching those closely, and the university also submitted a $9 million NSF proposal focused on quantum nanotechnology, and that's in partnership with faculty at USM, Colby, Dartmouth, and the community colleges to expand regional research. So we continue to move on all fronts, and it's exciting right now at UMaine, even in summer, with lots of K through 12 students on campus in a variety of roles.
Great, thank you. President Hadid.
Well, thank you. I'm pleased to share a number of UMFK Pride Points today. Back on April 29th, we had our Scholars Symposium, and Dr. Meredith McFadden, she's a research scientist in AI ethics at Northeastern University. She provided the keynote, and it was incredible, and we certainly learned a great deal of information from her. And we also had 54 student poster presentations that day. Lined up in the gym in the sports center and across all the walls, and that was a really amazing, exciting day. We always look forward to our Scholars Symposium each year. We had our 144th commencement last weekend. We provided an honorary, we gave an honorary degree. Our honorary degree recipient was Lisa Harvey McPherson, and she also was our commencement speaker. We also were pleased to have Trustee Kelly Martin with us, who provided remarks to the graduating class. Thanks for enduring that long drive to Fort Kent for being a part of our ceremony. We also had the Distinguished Service Award was given to the Fort Kent Lions Club this year, and very exciting. When it was time to announce that award, anyone in the entire room that was a Lions Club member came onto the stage. They did a very nice first photo. George was in it. Jacob was in it, and there's probably a few other in the room that are Lions. Nice photo. The first one was a nice photo, and the second one, they had this big chant and thing that they do, and then they roar at the end. And it was a mighty roar, and they gave the mighty roar to the graduating class, which also aligns with our Bengal Tigers, our Bengals, so are roaring. So it was a really invigorating piece of our ceremony with all of them on the stage getting excited about their award. The senior class speaker was Georgia Burton. Just a few things about this person, this young woman. She was the USCAA Athlete of the Year in 2024 and 2026 for track and field. She has 10 medals at nationals, 8 of which are gold, 3 years of gold in discus and shot put, 2 years of gold in hammer throw. She also was 2025 Embry Summer Undergraduate Research Fellow at Maine, at Mount Desert Island Biological Laboratory. So an incredible representative for her the graduating class, and she gave a really compelling speech to her classmates. Just last Friday, we received word, and we are pleased to announce that the members of the Board of Commissions for the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education awarded UMFK Postgraduate Certificate and Doctor of Nursing Practice Programs a full 5-year accreditation cycle without any compliance concerns. The nursing faculty and staff team are proud to share this achievement, as it is a reflection of excellence in our nursing education. And I'd like to thank Dean Erin Susi, who's here today, she serves as the Dean of Nursing, Allied Health, and Psychology, for her leadership and incredible work with her faculty and staff to accomplish that outstanding goal of accreditation with that first round with no concerns. So thank you so much, Erin, for that. And then, yeah, that's a clap. We love that. Again, both the master's and now the doctoral program are our first graduate programs in the history of UMFK. Today at noon, very exciting, approximately 40 Gear Up 8th grade students will be arriving on our campus for a university immersion experience. They will stay in the lodge, resident hall, overnight, and then leaving about noon tomorrow. So they're here for about 24 hours to tour campus, teaching and learning opportunities with faculty, and to just start that first experience of what it would be like to be on a university campus. So we're thrilled to have them join us, and that, again, somewhere you're going to hear some commotion, I'm sure, at some point. And also I know that Peter had to return to work in the school district, but just want to thank him again for being here today to share with you and give you the highlights and all the details of the Recovery High School that will be starting in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on accreditation of nursing programs. President Cushman.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to highlight that the University of Maine at Augusta has been rolling out a rural workforce medical boot camp, which continues to gain momentum as a way to introduce high school students to high-need careers in Maine. Over the past month, we hosted 2 boot camps, one at the UMA Capital Center in Augusta and one on our Bangor campus. These events give high school students from rural Maine communities hands-on exposure to high-need career pathways in nursing, dental health, medical laboratory technology, veterinary technology, and mental health and human services. The Bangor event brought to our campus approximately 75 students from 12 schools in the Katahdin and Washington County regions. Students participated in interactive activities with UMA faculty, staff, admissions representatives, and program leaders. This is especially meaningful because these students are from communities that directly feel Maine's workforce shortages. So for them, it's not just career exploration, it's early exposure to the kinds of opportunities that can shape a student's future. We are helping students see a future for themselves in high-need fields close to home and connecting them with UMA programs that can help them realize that future. I also want to share an encouraging early signal in enrollment as we look toward fall. It's still early in the enrollment cycle, but several indicators point to growing student commitment at UMA. The new undergraduate picture is especially encouraging. New undergraduate credit hours are up more than 10% over the same point last year. And we're also seeing strong movement among first-time and full-time students. First-time student headcount is up more than 36%, and full-time students are up more than 21%. Housing demand reinforces that trend. As of May 8th, we had about 17% more housing applications for fall than the closest comparable point last year. We once again anticipate being well above 100% occupancy, and we continue to work with our hotel partners in Bangor and in Augusta to house overflow residents. In fact, we're seeing stronger interest in Bangor, where housing applications are up 64% over this time last year. This is especially encouraging for the strength of our Bangor-based programs in dental health and veterinary technology. This is an interesting sign for UMA. So while we continue to serve our bedrock of non-traditional students across many pathways, including adult learners, veterans, transfer students, online students, and students at our statewide centers, we're also seeing increased interest in more traditional, full-time, place-based college experience for specific workforce programs that serve Maine. Finally, I'd like to highlight one of those specific programs with a major milestone for UMA and for Maine's aviation workforce. At this year's commencement, UMA graduated the first class from our Aviation Maintenance Technician School. These 12 students are the inaugural graduates from Maine's only FAA-approved aviation maintenance technician program. It was created in a direct response to a clear workforce need. Maine aviation employers often have to recruit trained aviation maintenance technicians from out of state, and now UMA is helping build that talent here in Maine. The program prepares students for high-demand careers in aviation maintenance through a 5-semester 56-credit model that combines online learning with hands-on and virtual reality weekend labs at Brunswick Landing. It's a strong example of what can happen when state, federal system, and industry partners align around a workforce need. We launched the program with support from several partners, including $400,000 in congressionally directed spending secured by Senators Susan Collins and Angus King at the request of the University of Maine system. And that investment is now producing its first graduates.
Great, thank you. Last but not least, President McDonald.
Thank you and good morning. Well, thanks to Trustee Moore, we have the most magnificent venue for a graduation. We're outdoors with the Western Mountains in the background, Western Maine Mountains in the background, these green fields. So it's just a magnificent site. It does depend on good weather. And fortunately, this year, we did have good weather. And I want to thank Chair Riley for giving the welcoming from the trustees. And a reporter interviewed the students, and let me just give you a snapshot of what she said, because I think it captures. Said that the UMF class of 26 celebrated budding careers rooted in service, from archaeology in Scotland to Maine, CDC research, the University of Maine at Farmington. Graduates described their experiences shaped by public service, hands-on learning, and deep community connection. So I think that captures by talking to students, captures the nature of Farmington. We also had wonderful speeches, and according to the Farmington tradition, which has been started recently, they're all short, so that we finished the graduation in under 2 hours. We had 2 students speak, both of them interesting for a university that is a traditional age student. Both of these students were older. The undergraduate student had come to Farmington many years ago, left because he wanted to become an engineer. He became an engineer, he had a career in engineering, then he decided to come back to Farmington and get a degree in anthropology because that was where his heart was. His pocketbook was with the engineers, but his heart was with anthropology. And the graduate student was also a student at UMF as a young person, and she graduated as a teacher and then came back to become a counselor and just got her degree in counseling. And our commencement speaker and honorary degree recipient was Dora Ann Mills, who gave a wonderful brief talk on health in the broadest sense, but she also provided career advice that she received from Mother Teresa while she was working, while Dora Ann was working in Calcutta. And you could hardly beat career advice from Mother Teresa. And here's the advice that she received. If where you are going, and she was returning back to Maine, if where you are going, you will work with love and love your work, that is where you are called to go. And with that, she left Calcutta and went back to Maine and has had a wonderful career in Maine. In other news, we have also had great results in matriculation for incoming students. We're up 16% compared to last year, and last year we were up 25% compared to the year before. And the lesson is, if you start with a low enough base, these percentages are really very good. Also, our education college received CAPE accreditation, which is a very valuable accreditation for educators, so that's a achievement. And finally, we've been running some programs on the issues facing Western Maine. We had one on healthcare, which was well received. Next week, we will have one on education, pre-K to 12 education. We'll bring speakers in and leaders from the community, not only from education, but from education, business, elected officials, all to grapple with the issue of education in the early years, high school years. So that's the report from Farmington.
Thank you. And I would commend your speech, President McDonald, as a particularly wonderful one. And note that there was a mother and daughter who graduated together. It was a great day. Great. Thank you all very much. All wonderful reports. Let's move on, Trustee Alexander, to red line policies.
Good morning, and thank you very much. You have before you 5 different board policy revisions, all of which were discussed and presented at the March meeting. And to my knowledge, there have been no comments on any of these proposals. Just quickly, Board Policy 307 is being proposed for elimination because of its duplication and unnecessary location of that issue here in the board policies. Boards Policies 308, accreditation, updating to reflect the NECHI established accreditation process. Board Policy 309, to eliminate some of the more minor changes in what was called a major unit change, to allow the universities a bit more discretion in that area without bringing them to the board. Board Policy 311, intra-system student exchange, again, minor amendments to reflect the updated unified catalog. And Board Policy 312, university professor, merely to add the law school to the list. So I can recommend their final adoption today. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, I'll read the resolution that the Board of Trustees approve the final version of the edited Board Policies 307, 308, 309, 311, and 312 as initially presented in red line form at the March 2026 board meeting and provided at the May 2026 board meeting materials in final form. We have a motion from Trustee Alexander. Is there a second? Trustee Martin. All those in favor? All those opposed? And I'm told by counsel that we actually have to ask each of the members. Trustee Eames.
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Loring.
Yes.
Trustee Worth. The motion passes. Let me suggest we take a quick break and come back to the rest of our agenda. 10 minutes. Okay, we are reconvening slowly. One of our unfinished items of business as a board is to engage with our students and think about how better to make use of their great talents and energies and make sure that we have a great engagement, and that is on our future agenda. They are very important to our work and very important in communicating the work of the board back to the student bodies of their universities. So today, since it's graduation time, we are graduating some of them off the board as student reps and welcoming some new. And I'll ask each of the presidents to introduce our new appointees. And President McDonald, can I start with you?
Certainly may. First, I want to thank Tristan Mitchell, who has served as our representative to the board for 2 years, and he's done a great job, so we appreciate that. And then I would like to introduce Carmen LaHaye, who is a rising second-year student. She came into Farmington last year, and as a first-year student, became the vice president of the Student Senate and was a very engaged student. Now she is going to be our representative here on the board. She's also works in admissions and is a member of the Honors Student Council and was recently elected the president now of the Student Senate at UMF. She is from Ellsworth, Maine, and went to Ellsworth High School, and she's a double major in psychology and anthropology. So it's a great addition to the board here.
Great. And Carmen, can you stand up so we know who's who here? Welcome. And Scott Parlin is UMA.
Yes, thanks. I'd first like to acknowledge that we are grateful to Grace Hills for her excellent service to UMA and the board. She's in the back there. Glad they could both come today. And welcome Scott Parlin, who is currently a Justice Studies student at the University of Maine at Augusta with plans to attend law school after completing his undergraduate degree. Alongside his studies, he works in procurement and donor relations for Habitat for Humanity, where he began as a truck driver and grew into a larger community-facing role. He's been actively involved in student leadership and advocacy at UMA and is passionate about making sure student voices are heard at the system level. He looks forward to serving as the student representative to the Board of Trustees and helping strengthen the connection between students, university leadership, and the board. He is grateful for the opportunity and excited to get started.
Great. And Scott, please rise. And President Edmondson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Riley. First, I want to start by thanking Camille Alapalo, who served for 2 years as our student representative to the board. It was great to see Camille walk across the stage last Saturday. I'm really proud of her accomplishments. You will continue to see her dance with the Portland Ballet, and she's continuing her graduate studies at USM, and so I'm really excited that she'll still be with us for a bit longer. And today I'm really pleased to introduce our new student rep to the board, Genevieve Michaud Naranjo. I was able to meet her a few weeks ago, and I'm really excited that she'll be serving for USM in this capacity. She is originally from Fort Kent, where she attended high school and was a multi-sport athlete. Genevieve is a human biology major at USM. She's president of Alpha Chi Delta, and she's vice president of the Pre-Med Club. Genevieve has plans to go to medical school after she finishes her time at USM. So thank you, Genevieve, for being here today.
Thank you. And Genevieve, who told me she's spending her summers taking organic chemistry. She knows how to have fun. And UMaine.
Thank you. I would like to thank Olivia Britton and Griffin Goins for their service and introduce first Emmanuel O'Hemming, who came to the University of Maine in August of 2025 to pursue a PhD in ecology environmental science. Previously, he was at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. Emmanuel was born in a forest fringe community in Ghana. which has driven his passion for innovation in forest products and sustainable biomaterials. He has research underway on climate-friendly construction materials, as well as issues around mass timber, wood fiber insulation, and composites. He's a member of the American Society for Testing and Materials and the American Center for Life Cycle Assessment, and he is here with us today.
Great, please, great, welcome, Emmanuel.
And I would also like to introduce Tacey Dugan, who's just finished her first year at the University of Maine. She's from Cumberland. She's a student in the Maine Business School and will be our undergraduate representative. She's an honors college student and a member of Alpha Phi sorority. And she's participated in job shadowing apprenticeships, both at the Portland Press Herald and Fidelity Investments. She's not able to be here
Right.
today.
Tacey isn't here. Well, welcome to all of you. And finally, the law school.
Thank you very much. I think I am delighted to introduce Laura Prince as Maine Law's student representative to the Board of Trustees. Laura is on her way back to Michigan for the summer, had hoped that she would be somewhere where she could join us by Zoom today, but I do not see her on Zoom, so we will just wave to her. Laura is a rising 2L. She will be in Michigan this summer, catching her breath, traveling and visiting with family. But next week, Laura will be participating in the Model Constitutional Convention in St. Louis, where she'll have an opportunity to propose and debate on potential amendments to the American Constitution. Laura's law school focus is on equal justice, particularly with regard to disability rights, and we are very proud to have Laura representing us at Maine Law and wish her safe travels. It's been wild weather, so I'm hoping that she is actually arriving safely in Michigan, and we will see her again when she returns in August. Thank you very
Great,
much.
thank you. Great leaders. And we do have two of our outgoing members here with us, and we want to thank Tristan Mitchell and Grace Hills, and we have a little token of our appreciation for you. And if you would please rise so that we can thank you for your service. Great. Thank you all. Let me read the text of the proposed resolution that the Board of Trustees approves the appointment of the student representatives to the Board of Trustees as presented. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee McMahon, seconded by Trustee Alexander. All those in favor? And here we go. Trustee Eames.
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci.
Yes, sorry.
Eamon, it's not my fault. You just. Trustee Kane
Yes.
and Trustee Loring.
Yes.
Great. Okay, well, great. Thank you very much. And now we move back to Trustee Eames for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Chair Riley. I move for the Board of Trustees to approve the consent agenda items: acceptance of the minutes, awarding of an honorary degree, and the items as forwarded from the April 27th, 2026 Academic and Student Affairs Committee and the April 29th, 2026 Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee. The consent agenda items are tabs 4 through 10 in the meeting materials. May I have a second?
Seconded by Trustee Johnson.
All those in favor? And
And
then-
we'll go again. Trustee Eames, I assume you're in favor. Trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
Trustee Loring,
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Thank you. The consent agenda is approved. And now we move to the Chancellor's report.
Which will be relatively brief, but I did want to comment on the presentations of the presidents. Really outstanding work done this year as we look to starting our next year. I'm very proud to be able to work with these extraordinary individuals who have led their universities and very much appreciate all of the work that they've done. And quite frankly, the way that we work together across the boundaries, as it were, has really been very successful over the last few years, and really take great pride in the work being done at each of our universities. With respect to the commencement, I have to say that I was at Augusta. My wife came up. David McMahon and his wife were at the graduation as well. It was an exciting day, wonderful ceremony, and certainly enjoyed saying a few words to the graduates. I do want to point out, however, that I believe Augusta had the oldest graduate this year, and that was a woman who was 82 years old. And I was on the dais, and she made sure that I understood that she was getting her degree and she was 82 years old. So that was fun and exciting, but it was a wonderful graduation with participation by a student who really spoke to her colleagues and was really quite wonderful. David McMahon's comments were well taken as well, and so I certainly enjoyed the opportunity to be with him there. I would move on to, I'll share it because I think Jeff will give another report, but with respect to summer and fall enrollment, we're more than 1,000 students ahead of where we were as measured by active status. And so that's an exciting time frame. But it's not as exciting as the fact that this past academic year, including the commencements that we all talked about, we awarded 7,100 credentials and degrees, baccalaureate, master's, and doctoral degrees. Really outstanding, given where we were a number of years ago, and we should all take pride in the work that's being done by each of the universities to get us to those kinds of numbers. And as I say, we are the biggest educator of Maine students, but we're also one of the biggest attractions to new people coming into Maine, and we should celebrate that as well. I would also say that Ryan, who will be speaking shortly, but he and the people that he works with on the budget issues have done really outstanding work, and I really appreciate all that's been accomplished from the time that we started the planning of the budgets to the time that perhaps we will pass them, but really outstanding work by he and his colleagues in that area. One other thing I would like to say is I absolutely appreciate, as I've said, working with all of the presidents, but we also have a good executive team in our offices, and I want to thank Carolyn Dorsey and Jeffrey St. John, the dual role played by Joan Farini-Mundy, who gave us some great continued insight into what's going on in Washington and the potential effects on us here in Maine, and certainly very happy with that. I will also just point out that in yesterday's session on an evaluation of our presidents, I reported how we do that, and that we spend time with each of the presidents, and as you all know, that I visit each of the campuses, both primary semesters. What I would hope is, based on what we talked about yesterday on a personnel session, so it was a closed discussion at that point, you would take action so that we can move our continuation of employment with the candidates who are up for extension. And then finally, I would say very proud of what the trustees and the others that I've already represented and thanked. We really have gotten a lot of work done this year. Sometimes we just have to catch our breath and realize what we're doing. So for instance, referring to 7,100 credentials and/or actual degrees, that has been very helpful. But when you imagine that we had 7 semesters in a row of increased hours and/or individuals, and what we're looking at this year, which will be broken down again by Jeff a little bit further, but we are more than 1,000 activated students we're more than 1,000 ahead of where we were at this very time a year ago. So I'm hoping for 8 semesters as opposed to 7 semesters in a row. And while we're at it, we should do 2 more next year. So have a great day. Thank you, and it's wonderful to be with you.
Anybody, before we move to the resolutions, comments or questions for the Chancellor? All right, and as he noted, we obviously talk about the reviews of presidents in executive session, which we did yesterday, so I'll go right to the vote on your tab 12, that the Board of Trustees authorizes Chancellor Malloy to conclude negotiations and extend the contract for President of the University of Maine at Augusta through June 30, 2027. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Micho, seconded by Trustee Johnson. All those in favor? All those opposed? That was in favor, right? And let me go. Okay, Trustee Eames?
Yes.
Apparently, we have to have you speak. Trustee Eames, Trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Loring,
Yes.
and Trustee Worth, are you with us?
I am, yes, from the
He
car.
was. Okay, thank you. Sorry, you're not showing up on my screen, so please jump in if I skip you again. The motion passes. The proposed resolution that the Board of Trustees authorizes Chancellor Malloy to conclude negotiations and finalize presidential contract terms and compensation consistent with the discussions held in executive session. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Alexander, seconded by Trustee Cates. All those in, any comments, questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Eames,
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
Trustee Worth,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Loring.
Yes.
The motion passes. Thank you, and glad to have our presidents sticking around with us. It's great. We next turn to the Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation, Vice Chancellor Farini Mundy.
Thank you, Chair Riley. Good morning, everybody. We have some slides. Yes. Thank you. And again, picking up on language that has been coming out of the research leaders group that meets quarterly or so. Okay, perfect, thanks. I want to talk about the concept of our humane system research ecosystem, which conveys the breadth and depth and variability that I think is making things work really well for us today. I'll be joined by President Hedin and someone from her team, I think, to speak to a couple of the slides later on, as we've been doing in these presentations. I want to thank Jason Charlin, my senior advisor, for his great work in preparing this material. So very briefly, 3 topics today. A brief update on federal relations. I'd like to go into a bit of depth in the MAIF Small Campus Initiative Awards for fiscal '26, and then we'll go to the UMFK Spotlight. There's a lot happening federally, and we are with the team that we've named FAST, the Federal Action Stakeholder Team. We are trying to track as much of this as we can and bring in folks from across the system as needed to make sure we're following and thinking about the implications of the federal changes for our system. And so these are some of the areas that we are following: congressionally directed spending, where of course the system is very heavily engaged with the members of our delegation, both in the fiscal '26 awards that are starting to make their way here, and then in the planning for fiscal year '27 and the requests that are going forward. We're watching and monitoring the federal spend rates at the agencies because the spend plans vary, and I'll say a bit more in detail about this, but we have to be watching as we close in on the end of a fiscal year at the federal level to be sure we're taking advantage of every opportunity that suits us as a system and getting proposals out the door. There have been a fair number of changes with the TRIO programs, and we are, of course, watching that. That affects our system tremendously, and we rely on TRIO to support students who need to benefit from those services. So we want to be sure we can continue. Workforce Pell has been studied by a task force that I co-chair with Vice Chancellor St. John, and we are watching for opportunities where this new approach to student financial aid can be of advantage and use to UMaine system students, and that will be something we'll work on for the next year or so. Grad loan limits, caps for undergraduate borrowing, or for parent loans as well, financial aid changes that are coming from last year's One Big Beautiful Bill Act. All of that, we're tracking and working with the right teams of folks across the system to be sure that we're able to meet any questions and needs as quickly as we can. There are changes underway around accreditation, and so we're watching what could be, what could have implications for us there. And then, of course, have paid a lot of attention to the fiscal year 27 President's budget, which is moving its way now into the Congress for discussions about appropriations, and watching what is happening with that. Right now, a lot of energy is going towards setting up the fiscal year 26 University of Maine System congressionally directed spending awards, and I certainly want to thank all members of our delegation who have been a part of bringing these awards in, but special particular thanks to Senator Susan Collins in her role as chair of Senate Appropriations for having incredible impact in this domain. So here you see the full list, and you see the bill in which these are included, and the details, you know, we could provide, of course, but once something is in a particular bill, it then flows to a particular agency, and each agency handles this a little bit differently. Typically, they will call for a proposal. A proposal then has to be actually written and submitted, and then the funding will come. And as we close in on the end of the federal fiscal year, we're starting to see these land. So you see that we've been able to span, with the great work of our delegation and our federal relations partners, been able to span all of the agencies, and I would like to make a special point of singling out the $45 million earmark that will come to our system through to the University of Maine for a health science complex, and that's later in this agenda, more detail on that coming up. So tremendous opportunity to move our system into the future with these earmarks, particularly in areas that are key to the workforce and the development of the economy of the state of Maine. And it's a tremendous amount of activity that spans the entire system. And just as the 26 awards are coming in, the work for making the request for fiscal year 27 is well underway. In consultation with the delegation and their staffs and the presidents and others in the system, we're putting forward a number of ideas, and that'll start to settle down and be more public coming soon. So a second dimension of all of this is to really keep a close eye on the federal budgets. And you see here the agencies with which our system works very closely. A few of those agencies listed right here. The fiscal 26 budget as enacted is much better than expected, but not fully yet back to fiscal 24 levels, remembering we had a continuing resolution in 25, so everything was sort of flat. So you can get a sense from this table, which is in your materials, about what was enacted in 24, president's proposed, then what was actually enacted in 26, and then where you see a difference. And then this flows down into the numbers of RFPs that are proposed and that are available. This year, that volume is down. There are 1,857 open grant opportunities, or RFPs, but that's about what we had at really 75% of the fiscal year 25 levels. And so we're really trying to work with our scientists and our engineers and all of our faculty who might find interest in some of these RFPs that are opening. And I thought you might find it interesting to see a little bit of specific data about the University of Southern Maine and the University of Maine, our largest grant activity campuses. And so here you can compare the fiscal year 26 year-to-date proposals and award totals. And so here at USM, there have been 126 proposals submitted, 101 awards totaling $20 million, which is fantastic. And you can see over time what that's looking like in terms of awards received, as well as dollars coming in. So numbers of awards looking good. Dollars are down at this time compared to last year, and I suspect that's probably a national trend. Similarly, at UMaine, we've had 434 go in, 249 awarded, with a $75.6 million award value so far. And when you look at that bar graph on the right, you can see that those numbers are significantly lower than all previous years. Now, again, we have until the end of September for this federal fiscal year, but these are concerning trends, and we're trying to do everything that we can with our faculty to make sure they've got opportunities to be introduced to these new research funding potentials, as well as to begin to pivot and shift if they need to in order to be eligible for some of these awards. A part of this, for which we are very grateful to the legislature and the governor, is the supplemental budget $2 million one-time investment in the system that is meant to help us with this current federal context, to help our humane system research ecosystem to be able to compete well with rapid responses, use of these dollars for strategic matches, which many of the programs require, support our infrastructure going forward, and watch for places where things we might do with the federal government can impact the state of Maine economically. And this will be a very important set of opportunities for us, really, as we work together to decide the best ways to use this at this moment, given the context at the federal level. Going to turn now to MEIF, the Maine Economic Improvement Fund, the Small Campus Initiative, which is available to 6 campuses and which is administered through the VCRI office with Jason Charland in the lead. And so here you see the eligible institutions. I point out that Maine Maritime is a part of this as well. The goals for the MEIF funding go back a couple of decades, really, and they have remained the same. It's about within the state of Maine, increasing research capabilities and capacity, supporting workforce development, improving economic development partnerships, and then supporting new technologies, licensing, and commercialization. And so when we deploy the funding out of MEIF, we need to be sure that we're addressing those kinds of goals. Oops, that was bad. Those kinds of goals within these sectors. So the 7 technology sectors have been stable over many years, but it's worth reminding ourselves of them, and they actually have stood up pretty well over all those years. And you look at information technology and give it a broad interpretation today, and of course AI would be squarely in the middle of that sector. So the idea of the MEIF funding is that it must go toward advancing those goals that I mentioned, R&D, economic development, workforce, within any of these sectors. And we offer several small, we offer, just not touch it, but I have to. We offer several different SCI, Small Campus Initiative type grants. And I thought it would be interesting for you to hear a little more about these. There are research initiation grants. Those are seed grants meant to help people get started. Infrastructure grants to bring in instruments or facilities and support faculty in these targeted sectors on the small campuses. And then a few multi-year projects that are for something bigger, again, hopefully that might result in very big impact and or lead to federal funding. Okay. So here are the awards that were made in the 2026 MEIF competition across those campuses that I've mentioned. Really interesting work spanning exactly what you would expect with those 7 technology sectors, everything from winter tick management to farm-raised mussels and lots of things in between there, with wonderful PIs and co-PIs and a lot of collaboration across our institutions in these projects. So these are the research initiation and an infrastructure project here that you see listed and going on. More to be seen here, as well as a sense of how this is reaching across the state. I'm particularly intrigued by this UMA project about the digital twin development. So important in the digital fields right now, and we have great work going on there by many across our system, but with wonderful UMA leadership. Not so sure. I think that I love the MMA title, Project Pigs, and it's about truffles, and there's probably meant to be some connection. Truffle seaweed, which is a thing. We do continue to pay attention in all of this work under the VCRI portfolio to the goals within the UMS strategic plan, and these 4 are particularly salient for us in all that we do. And I will now turn it to President Hedin to speak with you, or is Ned? can do it from right there. Yeah, if you want, or you can
Yeah,
stand
no,
here.
right here is lovely.
Okay, I'll do the slides
Thank
for
you.
you badly,
Thank you.
I'm sure, so.
So our faculty are engaging in a number of types of research, and as you can see, these are some of the broader categories: artificial intelligence, border identity, environment, music, nursing, wildlife. Within those, when we look at environment, we see the wood quality research that has to do with a MIF. How do you say it? MIF?
MEIF. We say the
MEIF. I want to
letters.
kind of create a little
Yeah,
word
you
for
could
it.
try, that would be.
MEIF. So there's funding there, and we're going to hear a little bit later from Dr. Ned Rupert Nason. Also, under wildlife, one of the other MEIF grants was by Dr. Stephanie Landry, the wood tick management to protect Maine's moose population. In addition, under wildlife, we see spruce budworm, and Dr. Neil Thompson has secured over $235,000 through the Cooperative Forest Research Unit to engage in that research and treat the spruce budworm, which he's done for a number of summers now, which has been really exciting work. So those are some of the broad areas of research, but then some are connected to funding. So next slide. And then next, we have Dr. Ned Rupert Nason, who will share a bit more about this particular grant that's been funded. Thank you, Ned.
Hi. Well, thank you for your attention and for the invitation to be here. A few summary points. So right now, I have in hand and over the next several years around $400,000 in total research funding. Highlights for this summer. So the bottom left is a picture of the biochar container garden study where myself, Dr. Stephanie Landry, Neil Thompson, and Livin Lewis are working together to study the impacts of using biochar as a soil amendment to improve tree health and resilience. In the study, we're looking at 4 different species of common trees in Maine: poplars, sugar maple, white spruce, and Norway spruce, which are of commercial value in forestry. And so this is a combined experiment looking at climate change, resilience, as well as using products that are produced in Maine, such as biochar. Highlights for this summer: I've got a team of 10 undergraduate students working up here in different dimensions of forest ecology, either in that project or in the North Maine woods, cooperating with several of our other investigators. The picture on the bottom right shows Nick Alpeza and Tatiana Arce, 2 undergraduate students whom I took to the Ecological Society of America conference last summer. This summer, I will have a total of 5 students plus a University of Maine graduate student who was actually recruited through work up here as part of one of the MEIF-sponsored activities that's connected with the biochar study. Thank you.
Great. Nice to see you. Nice to see you again, Ned. Last we saw you, I think you were headed to sabbatical. Yeah.
I wish.
Sorry. I think that was put on hold, maybe? I mean, by his choice, maybe? I don't know. Ned, thank you so much. And I think I have one last slide. Yes. So Dr. Kelly White, Assistant Professor of Computer Science, was instrumental in securing this funding for FY26 CDS, the $885,000 to establish a working lab, computer training facility for functional working computer lab, gain crucial hands-on experience with computer operating, hardware, networking, systems, tools, and computing environments. We're finding that the community colleges located around us have some really amazing best practice labs, and then they want to transition into our university for our computer systems administration degree, and they look at what we have and they're like, huh? And so this funding will be instrumental in providing a better pathway from the 2-year degree into the 4-year degree. So we're very pleased to have support from Senator Collins and Senator King in making this all happen. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hedin and also Professor Rupert Nason. I just would like to make the point, based on these UMFK examples, how important it is across all of our campuses, but particularly in the smaller campuses, that undergraduates are engaged in research throughout their preparation. And they are ready for the workforce because of efforts sort of like this one, right? The Computer Systems Administration degree, but being engaged in the use of cutting edge and sort of state-of-the-art technology equipment in order to do that work. And this is a great feature of our research ecosystem across the entire system, and that is that undergraduates are deeply engaged, and these are wonderful examples. With that, I'll thank you. I think probably you have a moment for questions or two.
Great.
Moment or two for questions.
Great, thank you, very helpful. Questions? It was so clear, so precise. Thank you.
Too fast, probably. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really because everybody's on the edge of their seats to talk about the budget, which we've reviewed 200 times.
That's next.
Vice Chancellor Lowe.
Thank you. I am Ryan Lowe, the Vice Chancellor for Finance and Strategic AI Integration. Super excited to be here this morning. I was just reflecting last night. I feel like more of when I present the budget in my 15 years have been here at Fort Kent than anywhere, just I think a quirk of the schedule, but excited to be up here. Makes it hard for all my fans to come up, though. It's a little bit of a challenge.
If they were true fans.
Yeah, or at least Zoom.
Oh, we didn't tell you there were 15,000 people online.
I believe it. Probably my mom is on there. Three agenda items for you this morning, all three kind of wrapping up the last time I'll do these this year. I'm going to start with UMS investment results through the beginning of May. We'll do the FY26 budget forecast for the final time, and then we'll present the FY27 operating budget, hopefully for your approval. So I'll start with, actually, do you have investment results?
Tab 15, tab 60.
Should be another spreadsheet, just like that one almost. Want to go back to the other one, and I'll do that one first while we're looking for your investment results. The investment results I could just do on my own actually. So if we could get that one back up, I'll do that. So I'll go out of order. I'll start with the budget forecast, and then I'll loop back to the current fiscal year. This is the FY26 budget results. You've seen this spreadsheet many times, but just to reacquaint you and for some of our newer members, the institutions are obviously on the left. The budget column reflects the budget that was approved almost exactly a year ago. And then that following, so we approve it in May. That following November, we do our first forecast. That's usually the biggest one because that's where we're going to make enrollment changes that materialized or didn't materialize. And then we track that again in February and again in May, and you can track the changes across. This is a multi-fund spreadsheet, so you'll see E and G here. Auxiliary, what is showing up is in the middle, and way over on the far right is the total column. What I'll note, again, I'll mostly focus on the May column. So February to May, I think the system overall bottom line largely remains unchanged. About a $1.6 million operating deficit. We're about 65,000 better than we were overall in February. The biggest movements that are going on are all internal. E and G, you can see generally is strengthening across all of the campuses. You can see UMaine in this case is tracking exactly where they were in February. You can see we're slightly up at UMA, at Farmington, at USM, and then some modest decreases at Presque Isle and at Fort Kent. But overall, you know, a really strong E&G picture. The challenge we have is, I don't know if that sheet will slide over a little bit at all. Oh, there we go, yeah. So the challenge that you have is right in the middle of the sheet, and we've been talking about this for a little while. I've had this conversation with the FFT chair, and we've got some conversations, I think, planned over the summer to talk about the auxiliary and the residential side. But what you see is that campus auxiliaries have gotten worse every forecast we've done. So we originally started off thinking that, you know, collectively we're going to be down about 700,000. 2.3, 3.1, 4.1 million. And so we clearly need to do a better job of our projections. And so that is a big focus that we'll have over the course of the summer. Let me talk to you about some of the specific movements going on. The two biggest ones there's three kind of really big ones going on. It's maybe if we could scroll back to the left just a tiny bit so they can see who the campus is. Barely. Okay, that's probably good right there. So let me just talk about a couple of them. So I'll start at USM, which again you can't see it, but it's forecasting down. There you go. On the auxiliary side. At USM, it's really just an occupancy issue, and so they started off the fiscal year assuming about 100% occupancy between Gorham and Portland. That's why you see the projected $1 million surplus at the beginning of the year. When all settled out, the fall came in at about 97%. And so that caused that initial kind of readjustment from $1 million down to roughly what was a balanced budget. And then the assumption was that in the spring semester, we would be at 90% occupancy, and then that would continue. But when the spring semester rolled around, the occupancy landed at 86%. So you took another hit on top of that. And this is the same with all of our institutions. Once that happens, then you're going to have a corresponding impact on the other side on dining, because now you're going to have fewer people in dining plans. A lot of our Sodexo contracts are user-based, and so the fewer people we have, the cost tends to go up anyway. And so that is what is happening at USM on the auxiliary side. I'll note, just while I'm on the USM piece, that an exceptional job of managing the E&G side. So you can see on the E&G side, they were originally projecting that original $1 million deficit. That is completely flipped around, almost about a $2 million swing there. So they've done a really exceptional job. Credit to the president, credit to the CBO and the full team there in managing those expenses. I'm going to jump up to UMA. At UMA, there's really, and we've talked about this a couple of times, there's some different drivers that are impacting the auxiliary side, and they tend to be around the hotel occupancies. And we've talked about those a couple of times, and so those are just continue to ripple through the forecast. Sodexo staffing challenges, again, higher rates than expected. Housing and dining revenue at UMA in this case is $400,000 below projections, again driven by that hotel housing revenue being overestimated. At Presque Isle, again, what we've struggled with the auxiliary side at Presque Isle, but I do feel like we've got to the point where we've at least got our arms around what that gap is. You can see 3 consecutive forecasts where we've generally kind of held steady at that same rate. UMaine, Farmington, Fort Kent, Maine Law, all within $50,000 of that original budget forecast. So it's a really strong work going on there. I'll skip the investment income because I'm going to do that piece next. So that's the budget forecast. That is the final version of that. We will do our next time we'll come back and talk about 26 will be after the year has ended. So let me jump up to investment income. I don't necessarily need a slide for that when you have that in your materials. The managed investment pool for March had a market value of $400 million. It lost 5.6 for the month. It is up 2.5% fiscal year to date. We are estimating that the MIP gained an additional 6.5% in April. So what you're going to see across the three funds is massive loss in March, and then pick it all up and then some in April. That's the consistency across all three of these funds that I'm going to talk about. The March market value was $14.7 million. We estimate we lost 3.7% in the month of March. That put us up 0.8% fiscal year to date, and we estimate that we gained 4% over April. And then finally, the operating fund, which had a market value in March of $263 million, saw a loss of 1.2% for the month. It is up 4.5% year to date. Net of fees, it is $8.5 million up fiscal year to date through the end of March. That exceeds our $2.8 million annual budget by about $5.7 million. We estimate that April returned another positive 2%. Early estimates of that 2%, plus or minus, show that $8.5 million growing to about $11.2 million, then less that budget contribution, that would have us exceeding the annual budget so far to about $8.4 million fiscal year to date. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that that trend continues for the next couple of months. And I think that takes me to the FY27 operating budget, if there are no questions.
Any questions for Vice Chancellor Lowe? On to the budget.
All right. Excellent. And I've got the slides right here. Perfect. So before I get started, I want to thank the chair. I want to thank the presidents, the chief business officers, the campus community. I talk about it a lot. This is my fifth time up talking about the FY27 budget, but it is a long process, and there's a lot of work that goes into it. And we see the 4 or 5 times that I show up and talk to you, but for every time I'm talking to you, there's 50 campus meetings going on, and campus forums, and large members of the campus community showing up to share their thoughts on the budget process. And so I always say, because I really believe it, the more impact, the more feedback we get on these budgets, the better the final product is. And that goes from the campus community piece, the sessions that FFT has had, right up through and including this meeting. So for my, say, 20 minutes or so that I'm going to fly through these slides, I'm going to spend about half of it on kind of budget headlines, talk about appropriation, enrollment changes across the system, those ones that impact all the budgets. We'll spend less time focusing on individual campuses. And then the second half of my presentation, I'll just roll through the system office. Several of you were at my April 16th presentation, but about half the committee wasn't, and so we'll spend a little bit of time touching on that as well. Let me talk about some of the budget pressures. I mean, you're aware of these, and I won't spend a lot of time on all of them, but personnel and benefits are up about 5% system-wide. It is the single largest driver in our system and our individual campus budgets. Pretty consistently across our campuses, expense growth is outpacing revenues. The reality is that a 4% collective bargaining increase just on the E&G side is $17 million. A 4% increase in state appropriation is about 9. And so that is not counting what we might do on the tuition front, but that's also not including any kind of investment. So we've been in that cycle for a while where you start off the budget cycle, and if there's a tuition increase and there's a healthy state appropriation increase, then you're about level with what your expense growth is, or maybe you're even a little bit behind. As soon as you start thinking about investments, what can we do to respond to the market, then now you're immediately in the hole, and that's a cycle that we've been in, but I will say it's getting better. There are plenty of times when I've been up here and we start off that cycle, with a $30 million deficit or something of that nature. So we've certainly made significant progress, but the expense growth is still a challenge. The traditional in-state undergraduate pipeline is continuing to tighten, so we're going to talk about the great things that are going on with Your Pace and online, but we're still seeing the kind of the traditional on-campus credit hours shrinking 1.5% down in this budget. We still have the whole federal research uncertainty that President Farini-Mundy talked about, and then the auxiliary pressure that we have will show itself again in 2027. Notwithstanding that, there is some really strong momentum I think we have across the system. I think I mentioned the great work that USM has done in closing their budget. UMA, again, really strong budget, nearly 10 million, a little over 10 million in reserves. Lee talked about the great work going on at Maine Law, Your Pace credits. And we've done some shared services reform that I've talked about before, and I'll touch on again today, that I think really just improve the transparency around the budget. Kind of two sets of assumptions that are driving all of the numbers that we have today. First, those that are system-wide and uniform across all of the campuses, things like our in-state undergraduate tuition rate, how we handle and distribute appropriations, what we're going to assume for compensation and benefits, as well as CPI and capital expenditures. On the other side of the coin are those campus-specific options, those ones that we let the campuses choose. They are enrollment, so a version of enrollment. We give them something to react to, and then they choose to amend that or not based on individual circumstances that are going on at the campuses. We allow the campuses to set that out-of-state tuition rate, although again, it's generally in the framework of what we're looking at for in-state financial aid, and then the auxiliary levers again are set at the campus level. So this looks familiar. This is just the same kind of template that we use for the budget forecast that I did. So this kind of previews where we're going to be. So next November, when I do my first budget forecast, it'll look exactly like those first two columns right there, except hopefully they'll be improved. So again, what I'll note here is that the system overall rolls up to a $1.9 million positive after after a single reserve transfer. UMA, Farmington, Fort Kent, USM, Maine Law, Governance are all balanced or slightly net positive. No reserves needed there. Presque Isle showing a really strong $1.4 million positive number there, again, based on Your Pace momentum. And at the University of Maine, looking at a one-time campus reserve transfer of 5.5 million that gets them to balanced as well. This budget includes 13.29 million in attrition savings, so it's a big enough number that we felt like we needed to call it out because it's bigger than state appropriation. What this is it's just a recognition of the natural attrition, the natural turnover that we have across the university system. And so essentially what we're doing is we know that, I'm just going to make up an example here, that if we provide your department with 100% of personal service costs, that just through vacancies and things like that, by the end of the year, maybe you'll only spend 97% of that number. And so what attrition allows us to do is essentially proactively go forward, capture those dollars, and then put them in the budget. If we didn't do that, then we would be looking collectively for about $13.29 million more in budget reductions across the system. So this was an initiative that we have historically used in state government for a number of years. We've been using at the system for 6 or 7 years now. We manage it really tightly, so as soon as we see those dollars saved, we'll capture those. Again, in a perfect world, would you love it if those were available at the end of the year to reinvest? Absolutely. But it's better than the 13.2 million worth of cuts on the front end for sure. And you can see the impact by campus on the far right of my slide. So this is obviously state appropriation. We have been, incredibly grateful for the support that we have received through two governors and through multiple legislators, almost always bipartisan support. So really appreciate that. Really appreciate the fabulous work that Sam Warren does in Augusta for us on a regular basis. You can see a pretty substantial increase over the last several years, certainly since 2021, since COVID, really large increases, about a $12 million increase this year, our largest single dollar increase that we've had. President Farini-Mundy talked just a few minutes ago about the Maine Economic Improvement Fund and specifically the Small Campus Initiative, which you can see up on the pie chart. This represents the larger $21.8 million allocation, how we allocated it out by campus, by UMaine, USM, and then system dollars. And then you can see how they slide into the individual sectors. So this represents UMS enrollment. A couple of things about this chart. Again, I've talked about this one 3 or 4 occasions. I'm just really excited to see flat numbers across here. I've been, I joke that, that total credit hour slide used to look like a ski slope about 5 or 6 years ago. So just the fact that it's stabilized is a really, really big deal. The in-state numbers are spectacular. Again, we used to see in-state numbers that went like this and out-of-state that went slightly in the opposite direction. So lots of positives going on. You can see a pretty significant shift in online. I'll say some of that is us kind of recategorizing a few things. But I want to point out one error. I don't like to have errors in my slide decks, but in slide 12, the Your Pace subscriptions, I think the version that you're seeing is accurate. But, and Ray talked about this a little while ago, the biggest challenge that we have in forecasting enrollment is how we handle Your Pace. And so sometimes we're trying to convert it over to credit hours so we can compare apples to apples. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. The other issue that we ran into, and so if you go all the way through my full slide deck, which is like 100 slides, you'll see another Your Pace one that doesn't have exactly the same numbers. And that was because, that was our error. So typically when we have institutions like this, it's served us well for 50 years to just pull the FY26 information forward, and that's the current model, and then we compare it to where we are in the current year. But as Ray even said during his presentation this morning, we have people enrolling all the time, including after census. And so, and the growth is so large that, one session goes up and then that means the next one's going to go up and just has this massive, all positive ripple effect. But for me, in this case, I just pulled the wrong slide. So this one is accurate, but you'll see 2 versions of Your Pace if you really go through the whole presentation with a fine-tooth comb. I thought this was a great question that Trustee Alexander asked us a couple of meetings ago. So we built a slide for it, and I think we'll continue this slide going forward, was just recognizing that kind of shift in modality that we all feel like is happening, and I think this just confirms that. We're getting really close. I think, in fact, in the budget that you're hopefully going to approve, more than 50% of the credits have crossed over to the online side. What slide am I on? 15. So Residence Hall, what do I got here? Residence Hall occupancy. Again, you get a feel for how that has trended. Really, if you're interested in residence hall occupancy, I recommend you pull up my larger proposal and then go down to the individual campus ones, because that's where the story is that's going on here. If you just look at this, it looks really, really stable. But we have places where dorms are going offline. We have ones where new ones are popping up. And so if you look at it from the system perspective, it looks like a lot of the status quo. That is absolutely not what's going on. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of different changes. I think I had a bullet in there that, occupancy, for instance, at Fort Kent is way up. But it's a rounding error in the scheme of 6,000 beds. And so really encourage you to take a look at those individual slides as well. I talked about the tuition piece, and so I didn't want to repeat that, but I did want to talk about, or at least highlight, mandatory fees and total cost of attendance as well. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through these ones, but this shows you the mandatory fee piece. I'll note that, and we talked about this at the April 29 FFT meeting, but after we had done the deck initially, the UMS students voted to raise the student activity fee up to $240. And so we talked about that at FFT. That caused us to have to go back and then redo some math, and so you'll see that impact here on Farmington. But overall, fees on the undergraduate side going up on an average of about $130 on the undergrad side, about $152 on the grad and law side. A little different story depending on what institution you're at. And then, again, we give a lot of flexibility on room and board, just based on the individual circumstances that campuses are going through. And so this shows you that, again, overall, we're right on the 4% kind of guidance, but it fluctuates a little depending on the campus. And then this is overall student charges, so tuition, fees, room, and board, looking at an increase of about 4.3% across the board on the undergraduate side, and about 4.2% on the graduate and on the graduate and law side of things. Capital investments, so the FY27 capital plan on the E&G and auxiliary side, $24.4 million. UMaine and Machias, the largest chunk of that, at about $10 million. And again, you can see the three categories of expenditures that we include, either facilities, vehicles, and equipment, or capital reserve deposits. And again, as a reminder, we changed that policy at the Chancellor's direction maybe 4 years ago, so that funds that go into that capital reserve need to be spent on capital. They can't be pulled out at a later date for a budget pressure. So last three slides, I think, on the operating, on this portion of the operating budget, is just really rolling up the E&G and auxiliary budgets. Overall, you can see total revenues are up by about 3%. To my point earlier, operating expenses are actually up about 4.7%. And overall, net change, cash and reserves, we're up that positive 1.9 that I mentioned on the very first slide. The grid showed you that $1.9 million positive ending balance. Every slide, or every budget presentation I do, we include this slide as a reminder. Public Law 2011, Chapter 616, required us to annually report to the board on travel, meals, and entertainment. That was part of a larger statewide initiative, and as part of that, we're required to do that as well. So we do that as part of the budget forecast. We do that as part of budget presentations. So next, I'm going to shift over to the system office. We'll do a little bit of a deep dive here. So let me start by noting that when people typically talk about the system office, they usually just mean the system office. And in this case, it's really kind of a much larger enterprise that incorporates the Chancellor's office, but also HR, facilities, finance, and several other pieces of that. So we break it down into 3 units. University services allocated, which again is, think of that as the more traditional, what you'd think of as shared services, the controller's office, HR, IT, the whole shared infrastructure piece. University services unallocated, which tends to be either strategic or legislatively funded pass-throughs. So they give us money for a specific initiative like early college. I mean, we pass that through to the campuses. And then governance on the far right, I think, is that piece that you traditionally think of as the system office, the chancellor, the vice chancellors, and the support staff that report to them. So I'll start with the shared services staffing. It is 316 positions system-wide. Obviously, the biggest chunk of that by far is IT at just under 200, 27 or 25 in HR and finance and payroll, another 25, and so on. One big change that we made that I've referenced a couple of times is that campus-specific finance and HR moved out of shared services, moved back to the campuses. We felt like that was just a much more transparent picture of what we were spending. And when those positions shifted back to the campuses, the funds associated with that also shifted back to the campuses. So it was net neutral. There was no impact on the campuses. We just felt like it promoted a better budget transparency. So we get lots of questions about how we allocate out university services. And so wanted to share this slide. The answer is it really depends on the service that you're procuring. And so I'll just do a couple of examples. So for HR, when we're thinking about how do we apply HR chargebacks to the campuses, we look at employee headcount. Employee headcount makes sense for that because when an employee is onboarded, for instance, it's about the same whether the person's part-time or full-time, at least for that initial piece, you're doing about the same amount of work, versus student services, where maybe it's slightly different. So that one we use FTE. Facilities, we look at square footage system-wide when we allocate that out. Procurement is, a percentage of the goods and travel that your campus is procuring. And FTE and student for employees, we use up in IT, legal, and a couple of other places. So we're constantly revisiting this formula. That said, we're in I'm going to say cruise control because that would imply we're not looking at it, but we've got a pretty good running machine now, and so if we see reasons to adjust it, we'll absolutely do that. Certainly feel like we've got a pretty good allocation method for shared services. So when you look at shared services, there's a couple of buckets, and obviously the biggest one, certainly now, is unified services. And so again, as the description implies, these are services, shared services that we provide to all the campuses. So think the controller's office in Tracy's shop. That totals $46.9 million. The second piece of that are campus services. And so again, think of that as the shared service component that sits out on your campus. And so it used to be last year, there were finance and HR inside that bucket. So this bucket, I want to say, was like $13 or $14 million last year. Now it's really just IT personnel. So those IT staff that work on your campuses specifically for your campus will show up in that bucket. And again, that gives the campuses the flexibility if they want to add an additional position there because of some unique circumstance, we can do that without having an impact on 6 other campuses. So here's the university services allocated budget. A couple of highlights. Total revenue is down, just barely down 3.9% or about $42,000. The biggest chunk of revenue or the biggest chunk of support for this is the middle line in my chart, which says shared services. And so you can see the $56 million charge in FY26. In FY27, that is $52 million. And so much of that, while I'd love to stand up here and say, hey, I cut the budget by $4 million, isn't that great? It's really, most of that is just the transfer of the employees back to the campuses, the HR and the finance people that were previously in shared services, which is why the number looks a little bit smaller. I think those are the big ones, and again, I'll come back and talk about these in a little bit more detail in a second. So governance, this is what we think of as the Chancellor's Office, 25 total positions, about 16 in leadership positions, so chancellors and vice chancellors, and then 9 support staff. That is a number, that 25, that has been generally flat for the last 5 or 6 years. I think at one point it might have been 26, and another point it was 23. So it's generally hovered right around that same number. Yeah, I did want to mention one more, that's this slide. Okay, here we go. So this is the governance budget for FY27. You can see it is up about $260,000. There's a reason for that, and that is because if you look in the FY26 column, under all the way down at the bottom under unassigned budget, one of the things that we did last year is we were really, as was the case this year, really focused on trying to minimize the increase in chargebacks to the campuses. And so last year, one of the very last things we did was we put that 238,697 in there as a budget target. That was how much we were going to increase last year. So we put in a placeholder there and spent the year looking every opportunity we could, every stone we could flip over, looking for $237,697. We did eventually cobble that all together and realize that flat rate from last year. We did not do the same this year, and so if you really look at what would the budget have been last year if we didn't have that placeholder in there, it would have been almost exactly the same size. So the chargeback to the campuses is not going up, but when you look at the percentage increase, it's really driven, again, because of that artificial number that we took out of the budget last year. So the final category inside the system office or the shared service buckets here is university services unallocated. University services unallocated is about 19.3 million, and it is spread across 2 kinds of initiatives. So again, legislative appropriations, we get a direct appropriation for early college, and we're going to take those dollars and we're going to fund them right into early college. We can't spend them on something else that we think is a higher priority, as much as that would be fun. And then the second piece is those items that we have identified as having a system-wide impact. And I'm gonna walk through some of the detail here. But what's important to note about these is these are not all new initiatives. In fact, there's very few anything in here that's actually new. Really what this is a reflection of priorities over the last half dozen years that we have funded. And so let me hit a couple of them. The ones with asterisks next to them: adult degree completion, early college, advanced online and placement, interpersonal violence prevention. Those are all legislative appropriations, and so those are just pass-throughs from us back out to the campuses or wherever those dollars are being spent. I'm just going to pick a few random ones here. How about the main center? So you'll see 2 buckets in the middle for main center operations and main center facilities. So we get about 1.6 million that comes from state government. We budget about 400,000 to support Seth's role, the CEO role there. So those 2 roll up to about 2 million. And then there's programming dollars that flow into the main center. And those make up those 2 buckets that add up to the main center. System-wide marketing of 750,000. That was an initiative just maybe 3 years ago where we realized we weren't spending enough, or we weren't spending anything, quite frankly, at the system office, and so we included the 750,000 there. I'll hit maybe 2 more. Capital planning. So capital planning is this is a transfer that we make from the system to the capital planning team. We only make it at the end of the year if the funds are necessary, but this is a product of as we've started to get more and more congressionally directed spending awards, the Alfond Awards, and think of all the construction that we're doing, that required us to build up a lot of the back office team in Nate Harris's shop and Gretchen's shop. And so we needed to add a bunch of people a couple of years ago, but we didn't want to do was go out and then charge every single campus for that growth. And so we came to the trustees, we made a recommendation that we budget those funds at the system level. And then what happens is at the end of the year, if Nate's team has done a lot of work and they haven't been able to charge stuff back to projects as much as we thought, then they'll reach out and we'll make that transfer back. If they've had a really good year where we can charge projects for what some of those costs are, then we just simply won't spend that money. It will just roll back the next year into reserves. And then the last one I'll touch on is, I'll touch on the capital investments one, for instance. Capital investments I talked about that one. Strategic Investment Fund is the one I wanted to talk about. So the Strategic Investment Fund is really, again, a discretionary fund of different system-wide priorities. So let me just hit on two of those. One is the Research Reinvestment Fund at the University of Maine, which trustees established maybe 5-6 years ago. A lot of work that President Farini-Mundy and her team do to support research efforts all across the system. That is one piece of that. Another piece of that is the $850,000 a year that we spend on demolition, for instance. That is where that allocation comes from as well. So collectively, they total about 19.3 million. I think the only thing in the system office bucket that I didn't touch on was that I had some questions about was outside counsel. So you saw counsel's office up there as part of the shared service piece, but we also do outside of these budgets about 2.5 million a year in outside counsel. Now those 2.5 come from other sources that some are a part of this budget and some are not. So the biggest piece, probably 65% of those costs are at the University of Maine and they're research related. So that is by far and away the biggest chunk of outside counsel costs. And so with that, I think that gets me through the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Wonderful, thank you. And I think you could do it in your sleep. This really has been an enormous undertaking for Ryan, his team, and all the campuses, and we deeply appreciate all the work. Questions, comments? Trustee Cates?
Ryan, you were concerned about your viewership on YouTube. I did some research while doing this. There was one woman and 4 dogs and mom watching.
Yeah, excellent. Say hi to my wife.
Thank you, as Chair of FFT. I mean, if there's one thing we know we're going to have every year, it's a very professional, smooth, and well-run budget process for the 12 months you've been at it. And I know a lot of work goes into this, but it's you're the quarterback, and we're in great hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here, here. Any questions? Trustee McMahon?
I echo Roger's comment, but one quick question. The vacancy factor is important in here. I know we picked a vacancy factor when we started developing the budget. Have we looked at that again in the light of today's employment environment?
Yeah, I mean, we just went through it for this budget. So we allow the campuses that, to come forward with that initiative. And so we spent a lot of time working with them, looking at actual results, because we don't want to just pick a number out of the sky. Like, wouldn't it be great if Farmington could plug in 800,000, and then that would take care of this problem? But we know that the churn at Farmington, for instance, is not as high as it is at some of our other campuses. So all of the attrition numbers, we revisit them. I'll say we revisit them annually for the budget building process, but we're in there constantly looking at them on a regular basis. And if we're not aggressive enough in capturing those savings, then I'll be back here in a budget forecast saying, we weren't aggressive enough. The biggest thing that we need to do for those is you just need to stay on top of them throughout the year. where those initiatives go sideways and where I've seen this happen in state government, for instance, is you put the budget initiative in and then you just wait till the end of the year and think that you're going to see those resources. And if you leave them there for the year, people will spend them. And so, what we encourage all the CBOs to do is, regular, if not monthly, even more often, looking at the attrition number that you set. How are you doing against that? Are we doing better or not? And maybe we can ratchet it up, and maybe we need to turn it back. But it's a constant review.
Any other questions? Seeing none, let's go to the resolution. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT Committee and approves the 2027 proposed University of Maine System operating and capital budget and recommended student charges. Could I have a motion? FFT Chair Cates, seconded by Trustee Martin. All those in favor? All those opposed? Yep. Trustee Eames.
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Worth.
Yes.
Trustee Loring.
Yes.
The motion passes. Thank
Thank
you
you
very
I
much.
see
and
Heather Johnson is
congratulations.
also on the Zoom, Trish. I don't know if you can see her.
Pardon me?
Heather's on there too.
Heather
Trustee
is
Johnson's
back.
also on the Zoom.
She's amazing. She gets, Heather, Trustee Johnson.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you. Sorry. All right, that's great, thank you. Is Jackie handling the crew?
Yeah, that should be
Okay. The next 17, interim financing request for the Crew Center for the Arts, President Edmondson.
Thank you so much, Chair Riley. We are requesting authorization for a system internal loan for up to $1.6 million. This loan will be for the Crew Center for the Arts capital project on the Portland campus. The University of Southern Maine is actively fundraising for this project, and USM intends to repay this loan from donations raised by the USM Foundation. I want to begin by thanking the USM Foundation and especially Dan Crew, who is still on board and helping us to actively fundraise. The fundraising we've done to date is remarkable, and we will close this gap. We just need a little bit more time. The other details are in the AIS sheet that you have in front of you.
Any questions for President Edmondson? Seeing none. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT and authorizes the issuance of a system internal loan to USM for up to $1.6 million, as determined by the Treasurer for the purpose of funding capital project expenditures for the Crew Center for the Arts on the Portland campus, with debt service to be paid from philanthropy and or other University of Southern Maine resources. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee McMahon, seconded by Trustee Martin. Any comment, any questions? All those in favor? All opposed? Trustee Eames.
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Worth.
Yes.
Trustee Loring.
Yes.
Trustee Johnson.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Is Seth going to come up? We have the authorization for Maine Graduate and Professional Center renovation budget and interim financing. Seth, thank you, sir.
Good morning, Chair and the members of the trustees. I'm here today to request a $2 million increase to our budget for the Maine Center renovations, as well as to fund that through interim financing. And I'll just give a quick snapshot on the history, and then, of course, a description of what we're doing with the $2 million. One, as you recall, I was in front of you in September of '25 and seeking $9.6 million. We had approval. We had the full amount of money for that, and that required your approval that would allow renovation of 2 floors. We knew at the time that we may not have the exact price. It may require some additional funds, because the process was in evaluation for the guaranteed maximum price, the bid price. In November, we received that bid, and we needed $2 million additional funding. Thanks to the leadership of the co-PIs, Vice Chancellor Dorsey, along with President Frunimundi, and working with the Harold Alfond Foundation, they approved us using $1 million for that, $2 million increase. And as a result of us purchasing the buildings this calendar year, we'll have enough revenue coming in to fund the debt service, the principal and interest, over the life of the Harold Alfond Foundation grant to repay that $2 million. So we're here today to memorialize that and, of course, get your approval. And that will allow us to take advantage of the efficiencies of having a contractor on site and fully complete the 2 floors, which we're really excited about at 7 Custom House Street. Happy to answer any questions. I know you have a long agenda, so I just wanted to make sure I kept it as short as possible.
Seth, maybe just be helpful, the time period for the repayment, what's the process for this?
Sure. So it'll be through FY '34, and work very closely with Vice President Jenny Boyden in her new role, of course, a new title. Congratulations on finalizing all that, all the finances.
Any questions regarding the center request? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the Maine Center to increase spending by $2 million for a total of up to $11.6 million for renovations and capital improvements at the Maine Center, and authorizes the issuance of an internal loan to the Maine Center for up to $2 million as determined by the treasurer for the purpose of funding the current phase of renovations at the Maine Center, with debt service to be paid from the Harold Alphon Foundation's UMS Transforms grant and revenue generated from leases, space use, and program fees at the Maine Center. Could I have a motion? Trustee Martin, second. By Trustee Cates. All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Eames.
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Worth.
Yes.
Trustee Loring.
Yes.
And Trustee Johnson.
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you, Seth.
Thank you.
Tab 19, University of Maine Energy Center budget increase.
Thank you, Chair Riley. The University of Maine Energy Center, or UMEC, planning continues, and this is a request for the board's authorization to increase the already approved spending of $8.7 million by $101.3 million for a total of up to $110 million to complete the design and construction of a modern University of Maine Energy Center that would be located south of the current plant on College Avenue. The A-sheet lists details about the sources of funding, and we're happy to answer further questions. And yes, Vice President for Finance and Administration and CBO Jenny Boyden is with us to help as needed as well.
And congratulations to Jenny Boyden on her appointment. Any questions about the energy building we've heard some about? Trustee McMahon.
At FFT, I asked if there were any savings likely to be generated from this project, and I just wonder if we had any detail on that.
Yes, we do, Trustee McMahon, and we first reviewed what the 4 major goals of the center are, and they include reliability, renewability, low cost, and stable cost. And we can provide you with some text about all of that, but the conservative estimate is a budget savings of about $300,000 per year.
And the timetable?
The timetable, I will turn to Jenny to speak to that.
We just wanted to get Jenny up in her new role.
Yeah.
Thank you. The timetable is we would continue with design work immediately, and then it would likely be a 24 to 36-month process for further design and build work. So at least 2 more winters on the current steam plant.
Nerves of steel are required in this job.
It is a worry.
Any questions? Thanks, Jen. Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to increase the authorized spend of $8.7 million to $101.3 million for a total of $110 million for the design and construction of a new University of Maine Energy Center. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT and approves the financing project authorization resolution for the University of Maine Energy Center project on the Orono campus with a maximum principal amount of debt of $104 million. Could I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Cates, seconded by Trustee Martin. Any comments, questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Eames.
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Worth.
Yes.
Trustee Loring.
Yes.
Trustee Johnson. Trustee Johnson, she is driving, so we, okay, great, passes. Oh, there she is.
Yes.
It's a yes, thank you. Tab 20, Jeunesse Hall renovations, also UMaine.
Thank you, Chair Riley. This is a request to the board for authorization to expend up to $4 million for renovations within Jeunesse Hall, and this is to support the relocation of our School of Computing and Information Sciences, as well as existing occupants within the facility. This building was constructed 56 years ago, with additions in 1985 when we added the pilot plant, and then in 1996 and 2009. But there have not been significant modernizations in that period. This project is a part of the redesign and rethinking of our engineering and computing campus as it is on the University of Maine campus. The funding will come from the Harold Alfond Foundation UMS Transforms Award, as well as matching contributions. It's an enabling project for the renovation of Boardman Hall, which is coming up. And so we appreciate your opportunity, the opportunity to put this before you.
Okay. Any questions for President Farini-Mundy? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to expend up to $4 million for renovations within Jeunesse Hall. Could I have a motion? We're back. Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Martin, sitting in for Trustee Kane.
I mean, I can do it. It just seems like awkward
It's okay.
from the
We
voice
like
in the sky.
We have to break it up. All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Eames?
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee Worth?
Yes.
Trustee Loring?
Yes.
Trustee Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Sticking with UMaine, tab 21, UMaine Forest Biomaterials Innovation Center.
Yes, thank you, Chair Riley. This is a request for your authorization to increase the project budget from $7.425 million to $9.425 million, so an increase of $2 million for the continued design and future construction of the new FBIC, which will have additional scope that includes an active learning classroom, a connector to Jeunesse Hall, and additional support space. This is a facility that enables researchers, entrepreneurs, and industry to demonstrate forest-based innovations at scale, essentially. Very exciting piece of our R&D agenda and portfolio. The funding of $7.425 million is from a NIST award, a congressionally identified construction grant secured by Senator Collins and Senator King at the request of the system. The additional $2 million will come from the UMS Transforms initiative. Thank you for considering this.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT Committee to authorize the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to increase spending from $7.425 million to $9.425 million for the design and construction of the new Forest Biomaterials Innovation Center Research Facility. Could I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Martin. Questions, comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Eames?
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee Worth?
Yes.
Trustee Loring?
Yes.
And Trustee Johnson?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Tab 22, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, please go ahead.
Tab 22, the UMaine request for increase in expenditures for the Darling Marine Center.
Thank you, Chair Riley. This is a request for your approval to increase our expenditure from $1.362 million to $1.612 million for the Darling Marine Center Marine Culture Lab renovation. And this is intended to increase the resilience of Maine's aquaculture industry. This will include a backup power generator, and we will be building on previous authorizations and investment in that building. This funding comes from an SBA 2024 CDS grant secured by Senator Collins and Senator King, and we will be providing the additional funding of $250,000 through a gift account, again, to focus on the improvement of a facility that will help with the Maine economy and Maine workforce.
We need to do a tour to Walpole.
We should.
Any questions? Okay, the resolution is that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to increase the approved expenditure from 1.362 million to 1.612 million for the Darling Marine Center Marine Cultural Laboratory renovation to increase the resilience of Maine's aquaculture industry. Could I have a motion? Trustee Micho, seconded by Trustee Martin. All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Eames?
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee Worth?
Yes.
Trustee Loring?
Yes.
Trustee Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Tab 23, the Health and Life Sciences Complex, UMaine.
Thank you, Chair Riley. This is a project that I mentioned earlier. It's worth noting here that the funding for this project, the first wave of funding, is a $45 million congressionally directed spending award secured by Senator Susan Collins. It's the largest CDS ever secured in history for the state of Maine, and that would be a fiscal 26 award coming through. What we're requesting from the board is authorization to expend up to $4.5 million to advance and finalize the programmatic framework site finalization, total project budget, and early design services. And as I mentioned, that funding is coming from NIST.
And it's partial funding for the total cost.
Part of this design and planning work will scope the full project, and we'll be back later with additional plans. But this is to make sure that this first piece can be done.
Feasible. Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT and authorizes the University of Maine system, acting through the University of Maine, to expend up to $4.5 million to initiate and finalize the building programmatic elements, site location, total project budget, and early design services for a new health and life sciences complex. Moved by Trustee Micho, seconded by Trustee Martin. All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Eames?
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee Worth?
Yes.
Trustee Loring?
Yes.
Trustee Johnson? No Johnson. She's driving in the North Woods. Trustee Cates?
Thank you. I just wanted, maybe for the benefit of the new student reps and faculty reps, we rushed through, we've gone through quickly.
Yeah.
7 major expenditure items on the agenda, and in case you're wondering why there wasn't much discussion about them, it's because all of those have been fully vetted through the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee, and were unanimously reported out of that committee. Thanks.
And we commend to you attending the FFT meetings and any of the committees, ASA, where the really deep discussions occur, digging into these proposals and asking questions. In the interest of time, I don't want to, Vice Chancellor St. John has an important report. I wonder if we might take the tenure discussions, which might be quicker between now and lunch? Tab 25 and 26?
You want to just do those now?
Yeah, could we?
Sure.
And then we'll come back to your report after lunch?
Sure. I can briefly report following discussion at ASA and in the executive session yesterday that there is strong support, tab 25, tab 26, tab 27, off-cycle tenure request at University of Maine at Fort Kent, tenure at the time of hire at the University of Southern Maine, tenure at the time of hire, University of Maine. These are, from my perspective, 3 outstanding scholars at their respective institutions and all worthy of the board's support and approval.
Great, thank you. And the documents that we have seen are extensive and extraordinarily impressive. 3 really amazing candidates. Any comments or questions? Let me go to the motion. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves off-cycle tenure Associate Professor of Nursing at the University of Maine at Fort Kent to be effective September 1, 2026. Can I have a motion? Trustee Micho, seconded by Trustee Martin. All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Eames?
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee Worth?
Yes.
Trustee Loring?
Yes.
Trustee Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. The next is that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves tenure at time of hire, Professor of Public Policy at the University of Southern Maine, to be effective September 1, 2025.
So
Moved and seconded by Trustee Michaud and Martin. All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Eames?
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee Worth?
Yes.
Trustee Loring?
Yes.
Trustee Johnson?
Yes.
And, great. Motion passes. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves tenure at time of hire, Professor of Mathematics and Statistics at the University of Maine, to be effective September 1, 2026. Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Martin. All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Eames?
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee Worth?
Yes.
Trustee Loring?
Yes.
Trustee Johnson? No show. Northwoods. She's back in the car. Let me suggest we break now for lunch and come back, and we'll deal with the enrollment good news from Vice Chancellor St. John and get to the rest of our agenda. We'll try to move as quickly through the agenda as we can. And I would remind the faculty reps that will be meeting with you over lunch to talk about the decision criteria work group and give you a briefing and get your guidance. And that would be in the alumni conference room. So why don't we try to be back?
Trish, is it your intention to take the full hour? Or,
No. My hope is
Okay.
that we can do it in 45 minutes. Can we do that? So that, what time is it now? Why don't we be back no later than 12:45?
thank
Okay.
you.
We break for lunch. Good afternoon. We are about to crank through the rest of our agenda, but before we do, I just want to, we did, Roger noted that we did crank through some approvals of extraordinary amount of spending, a disproportionate amount of which came from congressionally directed spending. And President Farini Monday gave credit to the delegation, particularly Senator Collins. But this kind of investment, and including to the universities across the system, takes leadership. And that leadership is Joan Farini Monday. And I think to get a $45 million award for building is no small feat. And I think we should just take, all of you have been so great, but take a minute.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, it's a very big team of people, and I'm appreciative to all my colleagues and others, but it's been a successful stretch, yes.
It sure has, so thank you. And it's for the good of the university system, and it's great, great news. And other great news, oh, where is he? He's already up there. Other great news is, Vice Chancellor, please, the enrollment report.
Thank you, Chair Riley. So summer, fall applications in total are up over 9%. Summer, fall admissions are up just over 11%. Summer, fall active matriculated students are up over 19% as of today. As the Chancellor noted, our head count year over year is up by over 1,000 as of today. Summer headcount enrollment is up 11% as of today, year over year. Fall headcount enrollment is just about even from last year, down 1%. But at this point, fall enrollment is meaningless because first-year students, for the most part, have not registered for classes yet, and we have no firm grasp of what your pace will do in terms of enrollment. So that's a placeholder for now. Summer, fall credit hours, we'll know an awful lot more about summer after the August 15 census, although we do look at those numbers as they proceed. Of course, after fall add drop, we'll have a much better idea about fall credit hours. I will suggest to the chair that in light of the need to get to August census and then fall add drop, I won't report on enrollment at the July board meeting, but I will come back and report at the September meeting in Presque Isle, where we'll have a much firmer sense on both counts. As of right now, the active matriculated population at UMaine and UMaine Machias and at UMaine Fort Kent, we're just about even with where we were last year. We're up very slightly at University of Southern Maine, up at UMA, up at UMF, and up significantly at UMaine Presque Isle. And I would say more about the law school, but you heard from President Softly earlier that they're at the point now where they're just making selection decisions, which is a great position to be in terms of the class you're about to introduce to your school. Aging, as trustees will recall, this has been a significant initiative from Chancellor Malloy, trying to reduce the time from completed application being submitted to an application decision being returned to the student. When the Chancellor began this initiative in 2022, our average age was 19 days. We're now just over 4, and at least 2 of our institutions we're under or at 1 day. So tremendous work by all of the presidents and their enrollment managers and admission staff to truncate aging, which is what we want for all kinds of good reasons. And then finally, I'll note that as the trustees also hear from us every year at this time, we'll be using the rest of May and the entire summer to fight what's called MELT, which is students who've committed to us uncommitting for one reason or another. We have, as I noted, first-year students will begin enrolling. Some have already, but throughout May and early June, there'll be orientations for first-year students where they come and enroll en masse to their classes for the fall. There's messaging, introduction to resources, invitations to come to campus, re-enrollment campaigns for students who've stopped out for whatever reason and we're trying to bring back to our university. So the summer, as it always is, will be an effort in combating MELT, and we, given where our numbers are right now, we look to do so in a way that keeps us firmly ahead of where we were last year, and thus far, by all indicators, on track, as the Chancellor noted, for potentially an 8th consecutive semester of improved enrollment. So good news really across the board. And Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions
It's
trustees
encouraging. And
have.
the final numbers are in October, right? When we,
October 15, August 15 for summer and October 15
Yep.
for fall.
yeah, great. Great, very encouraging. Questions? Great. Thank you. Are you doing the,
I'm up next, yes, and
Okay.
I'll turn to President Farini Mundy
Yep.
in just a moment. So we have tab 28 is elimination of the Master of Arts in Teaching Spanish. As trustees may or may not recall from Section 305 of your policy manual, eliminations come to you for approval by way of vote. Suspensions come to you through the chancellor for notification. So you'll be voting on tab 28, but not on tab 29. Tab 28, elimination of Master of Arts in Teaching Spanish, and I'll turn to President Farini Mundy.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor St. John. So the Department of Modern Languages in the College of Modern Languages and Classics has proposed the elimination of this MAT, Master of Arts in Teaching Spanish, and the approval has happened at the college level, been supported by the Senate PCRRC committee, and has the support of Vice Chancellor St. John as well as my support. It primarily served certified teachers who were seeking to enhance their language skills and their training to become Spanish teachers, but enrollment has declined due to scheduling and staffing difficulties, although we don't like to end any kind of a program focused on an area of great need in our state, which is teaching. There's no real viable path to continuing this program. So we request your review and approval.
and we still teach Spanish.
Yes.
Questions? Seeing none, that the board accepts the recommendation to eliminate the Master of Arts in Teaching Spanish at the University of Maine. Could I have a motion? Trustee Micho, seconded by Trustee Martin. All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Eames?
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci?
Yes.
Trustee Loring?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee Worth? Is Heather with us? Okay. So, Trustee Worth? Oh, we did, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay, so, thanks. So that's approved, and the next one is the USM formation of a College of Education. This, we don't vote on suspension.
Oh, okay, we don't.
No, no. Tab 30 is our next one, correct? Or are
Certainly.
we going to talk about?
Just briefly, if you.
Please.
So I would only say, in advance of the president, this is a situation where the University of Maine proceeded in good faith. We had a healthcare partner that was no longer able to deliver its end of this practicum partnership, and that is primary reason for its discontinuation at this time. President Farini Mundy.
Yes, I don't have anything to add.
Any questions on the suspension of this program? Seeing none, we will go to the USM formation of the College of Education.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll turn to President Edmondson in just a moment. This is the second in a series of 2 steps by the University of Southern Maine to reposition prominent academic programs out of their colleges, establish them as their own colleges, and install a dean at the head of those colleges. So you saw coming forward earlier this year the College of Nursing, and as a second step here today is the College of Education. I will note that President Edmondson and I have discussed this, President Edmondson and the Chancellor have discussed it, the Chancellor and I have discussed it, and he and I are supportive of this move. And with that, I'll turn to President Edmondson.
Great, thank you so much, Vice Chancellor St. John. And as the Vice Chancellor said, this is one of 2 colleges that we're hoping to align the academic leadership of the college, the dean, with the disciplines that would be represented in the college. And so we want to be able to hire a dean who will be have a background in one of the disciplines of education. We went through, just like with nursing, we went through an external visioning process. This was one of the recommendations that came of it. We've had a long history, as you know, of being a teacher's college from back to the normal school and the Gorham State Teachers College. And we really expect that this move will help us to further elevate our academic leadership by working both with state and national leaders leaders, and it will also help us to secure external funding. We're hoping to expand enrollment pathways, innovate curriculum, enhance philanthropy, and support research and policy by having a dean who will have an academic background in education. Thank you.
Any questions for President Edmondson on the establishment of College of Education? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees approves the formation of the College of Education at the University of Southern Maine to strengthen the university's capacity to educate and prepare teachers, educational leaders, and mental health professionals, support innovative instruction and research, and advance the University of Maine system's efforts to address Maine's critical education and behavioral health workforce needs. Moved by Trustee Michoud, second by Trustee Martin. All those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Eames.
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci.
Yes.
Trustee Loring.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
And Trustee Worth.
Yes.
Motion passes. Great. Thank you, Vice Chancellor. We now move to the end of our agenda and some important commendations for important service to this board. We talked when Lisa was with us last, we thanked her for her service. She's been an extraordinary vice chair, and it is my great privilege and pleasure to introduce this resolution. Lisa Marchese Eames has served the University of Maine system with distinction for 9 years, beginning in 2017, as a dedicated and thoughtful member of the Board of Trustees, including service as vice chair. Throughout her tenure, Trustee Eames brought a deep commitment to the mission of public higher education and a strong sense of responsibility to the people of Maine. Trustee Eames was an engaged and influential member of the board through her service on key committees and affiliated organizations, including Chair, Academic and Student Affairs Committee, Member, Executive Committee, Board Representative, Maine Center Ventures, Member, Policy Review Committee, Member, Chancellor Review Committee. In these roles, she helped advance important academic policies, strengthen student-focused initiatives, assure effective board governance, and contribute to the strategic work of the University of Maine system. Trustee Eames also played a critical role in shaping the leadership of the University of Maine system through her service on multiple presidential and chancellor search committees, including those for Chancellor Daniel Malloy, President Joan Farini-Mundy, President Lee Softly, and President Ed Cerner. And it looks like President Edmondson. Her thoughtful engagement and sound judgment helped ensure strong leadership for the system and its universities during a period of transition and opportunity. As vice chair, Trustee Eames provided steady and collaborative leadership, working closely with the chair and helping to guide board deliberations with care, insight, and respect for diverse perspectives. She was a trusted colleague whose balanced approach and commitment to consensus strengthened the effectiveness of the board. Throughout her service, Trustee Eames demonstrated a willingness to engage deeply in the work of the board, contributing meaningfully to discussions and decisions that have shaped the direction of the University of Maine system. Her professionalism, collegiality, and dedication to students and the state's future have been hallmarks of her tenure. The Board of Trustees thanks Lisa Marchese Eames for her significant contribution to the board and to Maine's public universities. Could I have a motion? Moved by everybody, seconded by everybody. All those in favor? You don't get to vote, Lisa. Trustee Baldacci?
Yes.
Trustee
Enthusiastically.
Loring? Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee Worth?
Yes.
Hey, thank you, Lisa. We're going to miss you terribly.
Thank you, Trish. I'm going to miss all of you. Every vote today has been, oh, this is my last vote on this or my last vote on that. I've referred to my service as volunteering on steroids, which I think every board member would probably agree with. But having said that, you all are dedicated and hardworking and smart, and I want you to keep up the good work. But I really wanted to comment on the presidents, the vice chancellor, and the chancellor. And some of you have heard me say this before, but when I went on the board, there was a lot of chaos around consistency in presidencies. And we have an amazing group of presidents and leadership right now. And you're all working together. I've seen over the past 9 years, everyone come into focus and work together, and the competition has really subsided. So I'm proud of you. I've enjoyed working with you, and it's absolutely one of the highlights of my career to have been honored to do this. So thank you all very much, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Lisa. And that, she must have served on absolutely every committee, did every. We have another one for Trustee Kemmler, recent graduate Trustee Kemmler. William Kemmler has served the University of Maine system with distinction as a student trustee, bringing the perspective and voice of students to the Board of Trustees during his tenure. Trustee Kemmler was an engaged member of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, where he contributed to discussions and decisions that support student success, academic quality, and the overall student experience across the University of Maine system. Throughout his service, Trustee Kemmler brought to his duties as trustee the perspective of his fellow students with thoughtfulness and integrity, offering valuable insights and perspectives that enriched the board deliberation. His willingness to engage, ask questions, and contribute meaningfully helped ensure that student voices remained central to the work of the board. Trustee Kemmler brought an important perspective on rural needs and UMS's role in addressing them, and skillfully represented the board as a speaker at the University of Maine at Machias' 2025 graduation ceremony. Trustee Kemmler effectively juggled his academic and board responsibilities. He has completed his studies and has graduated from the University of Maine at Machias in just last weekend. Was it just last weekend? Yeah. Trustee Kemmler leaves the board having made a positive and lasting contribution to the University of Maine system. The Board of Trustees thanks William Kemmler for his service and dedication and extends its best wishes for his continued success in all future endeavors. There's a motion by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Martin. All those in favor, hear, hear. Yes. I think we have consensus. Yeah. And we are, high-class operation. We have something for you. Yes, we do. So thank you for your service.
It's like it's a fancy mug. I think, no, it's a chalice. Fancy name. A stein.
With the Stein.
I like it. Thank you so much.
That says University of Maine system on it, so
Yes,
there you
it
are.
is. Thank you. You have to save the Stein sauce.
We had the name, it says system. These are good, by the way.
It has the Board of Trustees logo.
It has the what? Show and tell, show and tell. There it is, see? Maine's public universities. Well, that's what they use that last night. And, Will, you can run, but you can't hide, so keep us informed as you proceed with your career. And Trustee Worth, we're sorry you're not here, but Riley Worth has served the University of Maine system with distinction as a student trustee, contributing thoughtful insight and a strong student perspective to the work of the Board of Trustees during his tenure. Trustee Worth was an active and engaged member of multiple board committees, including the Audit Committee, Human Resources and Labor Relations Committee, Academic and Student Affairs Committee, Investment Committee. Through his service on these committees, he contributed to a wide range of board responsibilities, from academic and student-focused initiatives to financial oversight and governance matters, demonstrating a strong commitment to understanding and advancing the work of the University of Maine system. Throughout his service, Trustee Worth brought a thoughtful and balanced perspective to the board deliberations, ensuring that the voice and experience of students were represented across a broad spectrum of issues. His insightful questions and occasional impatience with the scope of deliberations and pace of change well served the board as it planned for future needs. Trustee Worth worked with student representatives on proposals to maximize student input in board deliberations and raise critical questions about the impact on AI. As a graduate student at the University of Southern Maine, Trustee Worth has balanced his academic pursuits and his responsibilities as a trustee, demonstrating dedication to both his education and service to the University of Maine system. Having earned his master's in May at the University of Southern Maine, he leaves the board having made a meaningful and lasting contribution. The Board of Trustees thanks Riley Worth for his service and dedication and extends its best wishes for his continued success in all future endeavors. Moved by Trustee Micho, seconded by Trustee Martin. All those in favor?
Thank
And
you,
we'll do a
Riley.
hand vote for. Thank you, Riley. And Riley, we have a University of Maine Systems mug for you that we'll get to you somehow.
Thank you very much. Much like my master's degree, I'll accept it virtually. So thank you all.
Thank you. And you're driving. Impressive.
It's backseat driving. That's the best kind.
Wonderful. Thank you. And now we'll move on to the election.
I don't think so, Trish. Hold on. Hold on, Trish. It is my honor to present the following resolution honoring Patricia A., known to us as Trish Riley, for her service as chair. Whereas Patricia A. Trish Riley has served the University of Maine system with distinction as a trustee since 2019 and as chair of the Board of Trustees from May 2021 through May 2026. And whereas during her 4-year tenure as chair, she devoted extraordinary time, energy, and commitment to the University of Maine system, approaching the role with a sense of purpose that reflected her deep belief in the power of public higher education to serve the people of Maine. And whereas Chair Riley led with a collaborative and consensus-driven approach, consistently bringing trustees and system stakeholders together to find common ground, including at the outset of her chairmanship, when she helped guide the board through complex and important decisions requiring unity and shared purpose. And whereas she maintained a highly engaged presence across the University of Maine system, attending campus events, accepting invitations from university leadership, and ensuring that the work of the board remained closely connected to the students, faculty, staff, and communities it serves. And whereas she served as a strong and effective voice in Augusta, regularly testifying at the legislature and advocating in the halls to advance public investments and policy to benefit the University of Maine system and its students. And whereas under her leadership, the board strengthened its effectiveness through multiple retreats and ongoing engagement, fostering thoughtful governance, strategic alignment, and continuous improvement in board operations. And whereas Chair Riley played a key role in strengthening board itself, helping to welcome and mentor new trustees, supporting the engagement of student trustees, faculty, and student representatives to the board, advancing efforts to strengthen governance through change in law, and contributing to the work of the Chancellor Review Committee. And whereas she brought a forward-looking vision grounded in awareness of national higher education and policy trends, consistently working to position the University of Maine system to be more nimble, responsive, and prepared to meet the evolving needs of students and the state. And whereas her leadership extended to important institutional responsibilities, including service on the University of Southern Maine Presidential Search Committee in 2021 to 2022, the University of Maine Foundation Board of Directors, and the Maine Center Ventures Board of Directors. Whereas her steady leadership, commitment to consensus, and unwavering dedication have left a lasting and positive impact on the University of Maine system, its Board of Trustees, and the state of Maine. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the University of Maine System Board of Trustees expresses its deep appreciation and sincere gratitude to Trish Riley for her exemplary leadership and dedicated service as chair, and looks forward to her continued contributions as a valued member of the board. Could I have a motion to accept the resolution, please?
Everybody.
Is there a second, and all those in favor? congratulations, Trish, and on behalf of the board.
Thank you.
I do want to note that Trish became chair 2 years after joining the board, and I'm going to guess that's pretty unheard of.
Say, what did we? 2 more years. Oh, okay. Yes, I have 2 more years. I'm sorry.
No, no, no.
I have 2 more
You
years.
became
Thank you.
chair after 2 years of being on the board, which
Yes,
is
I did.
highly.
I was an accidental chair. The person who was the vice chair was assumed to, Jim Donnelly, who was assumed to be chair, took a job out of state, and so there we were. So thank you very much. This is very, 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 very kind, and it's just been the privilege of a lifetime. Great people from the system and the presidents and all of you. It's just been a great experience, and I know we're passing the baton to 2 other great people, right, Lisa? And I look forward to continue to support them in the years ahead, in the next 2 years of my term. So thank you all. And now for the important work, the election of board officers. Trustee McMahon.
The nominating committee appointed by the board chair was Trustee Ames, Trustee Flood, and myself, met on April 6th. All trustees have been notified by email dated March 17th that the closing date for nominations for board chair and vice chair was April 3rd, 2026. As of the closing date, no self-nominations were received. 3 trustees nominated Roger Cates for chair and 2 nominated Elise Baldacci for vice chair, assuming they were willing to serve. No other nominations were received. Based on the above and after discussion, the nominating committee voted unanimously to recommend to the Board of Trustees at its May 17th, 18th Board of Trustees meeting that Trustee Cates be nominated for a first term as chair and Trustee Baldacci be nominated for a first term as a vice chair. And I would move that motion.
Thank you, and thank you to the nominating committee. Is there a second? Seconded by everybody over there. Any comment, question? With not, I happily read that the Board of Trustees approves.
Somebody stepped up.
No. That the Board of Trustees approves the FY 2027 nominations for chair and vice chair as presented by the nominating committee. Could I have a motion? Trustee Michaud?
Yes.
Seconded by Trustee Alexander. All those in favor? All those opposed? And this one we will do officially. Trustee Eames, okay. Trustee Baldacci? Trustee Loring?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Congratulations, Roger and Elise.
Thank you, Chair Riley. So it's 1:20 now. I have about 25 minutes of prepared remarks. Is that all right? I want to thank my teammates on the board for this, for the confidence you've shown in me and in Elise. It really means a lot, and I'll certainly try to live up to that. I couldn't be more happy with the board's choice of Elise as vice chair. Can't wait to work as a team with her. I'm going to miss Lisa, Will, and Riley. Wish Lisa well in retirement, and Will and Riley luck whatever's next. I'm going to welcome some new people at our next meeting, which I'm looking forward to. I just want to say that it seems like every political season we hear this is the most important time in American life. When it comes to public universities, I think we can say this is the most important time in our lifetimes for public universities for reasons which we don't need to go over now. So the role of this board has never been more important. But as I look around at my teammates on the board, I see a very diverse group of people who come from a wide variety of backgrounds, who are all here for exactly the right reason. And I really look forward to working with you. A remarkable, as I think Lisa said, a remarkable group of presidents, a sterling group of vice chancellors, and of course Chancellor Malloy. I just want to say I look so much forward to working with Chancellor Malloy going forward, as well as this whole team. Hopefully we're going to be regular dinner companions here going forward. One last thing I want to say for Trish, and that is thank you. I've had a front row seat to watch her as chair for the last several years. And here's what I saw, that she lives and breathes this system and its health. That God knows how many hours of time she has put into this. 20, 30 hours a week, I would say, at a minimum. I don't know how many hours of sleep she has lost over the issues she's had to face during this job. She has brought her life and career experience to this position in a way that just exudes a certain amount of wisdom, is the only word I can think of, that has served us so well. And mostly, she really does care. And she's still going to be on the board for a couple of years, which is going to be good news for all of us. So thank you again for being such an outstanding leader. And I can't wait to get to work myself. Thanks.
Thank you. Yay! So with that, we conclude this meeting unless there's anyone who has anything for the good of the University of Maine system to share. Or we adjourn. Thank you all very, very much, and good luck, Roger and Elise.
You, Trish.
And we're
Thank you, Lisa.